But yes. So, you guys ready to play?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Last off we left, you guys made it to Durlin after fighting against the Dynamarchs that you guys probably discovered was very much a weaker version. There was some development back in Navona, and you all had a round of drinks as well. But now that you're here, you're in your rooms and settled in for the night. Cat, or Serephina, Elery, Sienna. Only perception checks.
Okay.
Why do I feel like this is for
Sorry, I got a cheese puff in my mouth.
rooms?
Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be
Going on to the next room. Okay. Take these.
Holy shit.
What'd you get?
natural one.
No.
Nat 20.
No. I got a nat 20 with a plus 6. Yeah.
me.
Well, damn. I got a nice little 13.
That's alright, you guys don't hear anything.
Elery's tired.
You don't hear anything. It's a very
Womp womp.
peaceful night.
Been doing a lot of adventuring for the first time.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
I feel bullshit.
I'm a tired girl.
This is true. This is the first time Elery has ventured outside of the little area around Avona.
It's true. Growing up and
Yeah, y'all are sleeping great. Me. Here's a large thump. Oh shit.
No.
Oh my
Nothing.
god.
It's a quiet night.
Quiet night. I promise you, Kat, it's a quiet
It
fucking
really
night.
is a quiet night.
What the fuck? Holy man.
Snork.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a quiet night, and you guys wake up the next morning well rested.
Ooh la la. Oh.
And you
Fuck.
guys...
Anna
Go ahead.
wakes up first light and goes and stables her horse.
Yeah. Alright. After you stable your horse, guys come down
Yeah.
to a full... You're over here, Sienna. You do have Cassie with you. Just for simplicity's sake, I am not putting her on the map.
That's perfectly fine. I was like, I figured she's in the PNG on the shoulder, so it works.
Yeah. You guys wake up and come down for breakfast.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to discuss over breakfast?
Hello, everybody.
I'll take Kavoria and go to the table like right over here.
Okay.
God,
Right,
you're such
yeah.
a simp.
Have
You
you seen
yeah.
Kavoria?
I mean, damn. Let me take a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Oh,
Sorry, she is taken.
Sienna's just sitting sort of back to the table, leaned back on her elbows. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you like to sit with us, or are you
Sure.
gonna sit by yourself?
Oh, sure.
I just got back, so I wasn't sure what to eat. I'm glad that you all are here.
So,
Elery will come kind of not bounding through, but like enthusiastically coming down the stairs and finds the group at the table and is just like, and just immediately like goes over to the table at large and he's just like,
Hell yes. Sienna would scoot over.
the most the softest beds. I've never had anything like this out in when hunting away from my own home, and she just goes ahead like looking at the whole group and just plops herself right there and is like recounting every detail that she can in her limited vocabulary about like the sheets and the size of the bed itself and how she fit in it and how it was soft and how the pillow was nice and how there was a nice breeze and there was just like all these little things and like she probably got a good night's sleep. But she was very excited to get it, evidently.
Like, Serephina slept so good that she's still a little tired, and she's just trying to wake up.
I'm glad that you slept really well, Elery. That's fantastic.
Oh, God. Why can't we have those beds every night?
I don't know, but happy to keep them for a while. I got a message last night that said from my father just explaining that there's a lot here for us. So we'll probably stay a while if you're all right with that.
I don't see why not.
Elery will turn and look at you when you say that. You're from your father?
Yes.
Can like a message, and she pantomimes like a pen on paper over her hand.
Got it. And Sienna will pull out a little like fist-sized stone that is like beautiful, brilliant blue with gold sort of veining through it, and she'll hold it out and pass it to Elery to hold and touch, and just say, he communicates with me through this. It's an elven transpondent stone, which basically lets him send messages over like a sending spell. If you've ever worked with anybody that's used it, but it's short messages, like 25 words or so. But nice to have. Nice to be able to have a quick little conversation once a day.
Oh, she like cups it in both of her hands, and is like, rotating it around a little bit to kind of look at it from all angles, but like her hands stay cupped, like she doesn't dare hold it in her fingertips or something like that. And she, yes, I don't, I do not know, but it works for you, and that is, fun. And then she leans her cupped hands over back to you to give you the stone back.
And Sienna matches cupped hands in kind and takes it back that way,
Aww.
and tucks it away. Thank you. It's maybe sometime I send a message for you.
You
They
can
have
do
to be
that?
an elf, to be fair. I just thought of this. They do have to be an elf for this one to work.
I just thought of this.
Well,
So there's been a lot of elves, I'm sorry.
Sienna, don't forget there is one other way a non-elf could use the stone.
So he's maybe she'll have that moment of maybe, and she'll glance at her arm, and what you'll see on Sienna's arm, on the side that's closest to you, Elery, is a braided, like white and green cord with a symbol on it, and that hangs down probably about like 3 inches or so, and it's got the symbol of Dirag on it, I believe. So even if I'm describing this wrong, tell me.
It's not hanging down. It's actually embedded in the braid.
Got it. Okay. And is it just like an armband? I thought that the armband like had like a dangly portion to it.
No.
No. Okay. So it's just an armband. So yeah, our little armbands. Ignacio, for example, and she'll lean back and gesture to Ignacio's on his arm and just say, we received these in Kilen from the IOU, YUU, not YOU. And all of us received one for the mission that we are on, and it identifies us as approved, basically. And it's important for Ignacio's purposes, especially because it allows him to move freely in cities that are restricted to elves only.
Mm.
And she just has the thought of like she needs to figure out how to get one for Elery because this could be an issue depending on where they need to go.
You said everybody has one?
Everybody has one. Yeah.
So is Serephina's like visible to Elery in the
Mhm.
moment?
Yeah, it's on her left arm, so right next to your right arm.
Seraphina.
Okay, so it's on everybody's left arm.
Except Kavoria. Kavoria does not have one.
Oh, right.
Okay.
To be fair, Kavaya, I believe, does not need one. It was just our little group when we were traveling originally. Like Biggs, who is the 10-foot tall metal man, he has one as well. So if he rejoins, he'll have that permission.
I see. And where her hands were kind of resting on the table, they kind of slink back down into her lap a little bit. And she just keeps looking at everybody else.
Has anybody ordered breakfast or coffee yet?
No, I think we all kind of got down here at the same time.
Oh, fair enough. The city is quite busy for it being early. I want to say it's 7:30, 8 o'clock, and the streets are full.
Yeah,
I'm very surprised.
Darlin is quite a busy town. Always has been. Which is
Have you
surprising.
spent a lot of time here?
Maybe about a month or so. I traveled here actually with Elron one time. I was much younger, way before I went to university. He was over here taking over for their blacksmith who injured himself.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yeah.
Ignacio, what about you? Have you spent any time in Dorleen?
I have not. I just been mostly in Xochicalcan and as well as in the college for quite some time. But other than that, I've not been there.
Fair enough. I'd imagine most of your life thus far has been study and dedicated to ravines.
Oh yes, it has.
I can't imagine, and she'll gesture to Seraphina as well. I can't imagine how much study must go into being a cleric. Engineers obviously going to go study for building things and being able to do maths and piece things together. But a cleric studies must be very different. Lots of books, I'd imagine, and teachings.
Oh, most definitely. It can be absolutely tricky.
How so?
Learning the basics. Sometimes learning the basics could actually trick you into thinking they're the higher level, but they are not. You have to go to. Give me one moment. My cat's being a minute.
Did she say basics? And she'll look to Ignacio, just checking to see if her hearing is working. AKA Mel isn't sure what she heard.
I'm sorry. What was that? My mind was preoccupied somewhere else.
It is all right. Serephina was talking about how there are some things that, for her at least, when she was studying cleric, that there were things that seemed like they might be lower level, but they were not.
Higher level.
Higher level. Oh, okay. I believe I misheard. Did you say basics or?
Yes, basics. Like
Oh,
the
I see.
beginning.
I see. Interesting. Was that your experience as well, Ignacio?
No, mine. I had to really hamper down on what I needed to. It wasn't just getting to know the mind, but also the statistics of how often a certain condition occurs.
the psychology. Is that right?
Yes.
It's an interesting discipline.
You could say that.
Do you ever are there peer-reviewed papers that you read from other psychologists about the studies performed, or engineers we really just get updated techniques for building, but not so much actual application?
When it comes to psychology, I do have to read the findings of my other colleagues to make sure that I am well aware of them in case someone born has a neurological disorder or something new, potentially new. So far, it has been rather quiet now that I'm thinking about it. I have not seen another paper from any of them in a few months.
Interesting. Elery, when you go to learn something new for hunting, how do you learn new techniques and like new creatures and best ways to attack and end them quickly? I'm sorry, it's not my expertise.
You are not wrong, mostly. Many of the things that I have learned, I have from teaching from other hunters. Since I was very, and she kind of grins at you, very small.
Sierra's kicking her feet as she does on anything she sits on.
It's cute. You are first taught how to hold your weapon properly, how to be safe around others, and from there we would talk about the beasts within the forests and the birds, to be wary of some of them. Do not like having us hunters so close to their nests, but it is fine. We are not. We don't want their nests. We want other birds, but they don't understand that. So we are taught by many elders, and they learn and pass that to us, and we then pass it on to new hunters coming as well. Then from there it is taking the beasts and learning to skin them, to remove the meats. And she kind of stammers for a second, looks around the table, realizes they're eating breakfast, and kind of makes some vague hand gestures for, skinning and muscle removal and that kind of thing.
Like shoveling eggs into her mouth as you're talking and just fully paying attention.
And we use everything we can from there, but it is taught a lot through doing, and some through books. But not me. I like to see.
You are a hands-on learner.
Yes.
Me too.
She stops and thinks about what hands-on means for a second. Yes.
Yeah, I am the same way. The books are okay, but they get boring very fast, and I need to melt something or hit something or break something in order to stay engaged.
Oh, they are hard at times to get through, and sometimes there are. Now she's starting to turn red a little bit. Pictures, but many other words that I do not. It can be hard. So I prefer to be there and to learn that way.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
Seraphina
thinking-
is.
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
Nope, you go for it.
Seraphina is just like entertained by it, and she's like, she put her head on both her hands, and she's just quiet, listening.
So cute.
Is not exactly great talk meals, but it is just the truth. It is how we get things from there. And she points to, I'm presuming this is like a window right here at the end of our table, like right over here.
Yes.
This guy, okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is so much for me, like being knowledgeable and roll 20 and being like, this right here, and then it doesn't highlight. She points at the window, from bringing something there to bringing it here. And she puts her hands on the table and then hesitates and then keeps her hands on the table. And her fingers are splayed and they're kind of out in front of her, you know, they bracket her plate. And she rests there like that with them open for a second. And then tucks them back around on her lap.
I love that. Sienna would just mention that I remember reading that druids often thank the spirits of the creatures that they kill if they have to kill them. It just is a simple gratitude for the sacrifice those creatures make.
Oh, yes. I do not know. He gets a little sheepish. I do not know much about the gods. I am simple. But what I do know is that when we have a very good hunt, when we have many who are able to bring lots of goods, it is always Shmala whom we are thanking, and well, the last thing you want. I do not know if I believe in this exactly, but the last thing that I ever want to do is to do something that would harm or hurt tradition. So I do it as well, although I will be honest, I don't exactly. I don't know if it works the same way. But it keeps everyone, and I guess the gods happy, so I do it as well.
It's not about habits. I'm very new to engaging with the gods as well. Serephina was showing me how to pray the other day, actually.
Is there more than one way to? She just looks between Sienna and Serephina.
Sienna just shrugs and kind of looks to Serephina as well, like, I don't know, honestly. I have really no frame of reference for this.
Can Serephina roll to see if she knows?
I am stalling for Shailene, so I'm going to have you roll a history
Oh.
check.
Roll,
Okay.
roll to pray.
Sorry. Roll for prayer.
Dorime.
Yeah.
And you said history.
Actually, no, religion. Forgive me. It should be religion.
Okay.
And actually, since just really quick here, since I don't have like access to your guys' sheet, but she's kind of doing this intentionally. When Elery had both of her hands on the table for that little point in time, everybody present would have been able to see that on both of her hands, one hand has a ring, just on her index finger, and other than that, it is across her knuckles, the tops of her hands, her thumbs, her fingers are just littered with scars.
Mm,
Oh.
makes sense. Makes a lot of sense for a hunter. That's awesome.
Seraphina's gonna ask, where did the scars come from?
You can ask it like that.
No!
Yo, where do the scars come from?
Elery?
Hmm?
I've noticed there were scars on your hands. If you don't mind me asking, where did they come from?
So Elery visibly struggles for a second. She looks as though she didn't want you to ask that, and then kind of like she blatantly put her hands on the table, so of course you would have asked that. But there's like, you see a few different kind of emotions kind of run through her face real quickly, and she doesn't bring her hands back up onto the table surface, but there's a lot of, I guess Sienna, you would see this, there's a lot of fidgeting going on under her under the cloak that she wears. And she kind of quickly glances around at everybody and
I'm
I have-
sorry, you
I've,
don't have to answer.
for a very long time. They are, I hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Sienna would
Her head kind of bows.
notice some of the nervousness and try to relieve the tension a bit. So she's going to stand on the bench and pull just the side of her trousers down and reveal just like a big long cut on her hip. I think scars are amazing. Like this one I got when I was building my very first construct. And I don't know, for me it's part of my story. So I don't know. It's all of course how you see them, but for whatever it's worth, I think it's amazing that you have them. It means you have lived. And then she'll sit back down.
And then to add to that, Kavoria will show her arms. I mean, look at these. These are from when I was fighting monsters. Granted, back then I didn't have a lot of plate armor, so...
Sienna would just smile at Kavoria.
Oh, you know, she feels really fucking bad asking that question.
Don't feel
Can
bad.
I roll insight just to see if Seraphina realized that it was going to be a rough question to ask before she asked it, or did she just realize it as it happened?
Go for it.
Okay.
And as for your religion check earlier, thanks to a little birdie, you know of a few ways, but a lot of the other ways are just not coming to you.
And in terms of ways to pray?
Yeah.
Well, she then explains that she does know of a few ways, but not all of them.
Hard to read, Sienna.
Makes sense.
Hard to tell.
Well, thank you for, saying that there's more than one anyway. I don't know.
Mhm.
The gods are a point of interest, especially given this mission. We're going to be focused on them for quite some time.
Yes. And that being said, I think we need to make plans for the day.
Yes, we should.
Um,
I know that I was advised to visit Elder Yagi. I believe someone points. I don't know. When I went to stable velocity, I couldn't miss the giant tree across the road. I think that's it. I was thinking that we could start there, but Ignacio Cavaria, did you have somewhere else to go?
I know Ignacio got told while we were talking with Elron and Nishon to go visit Kiori and Girian's fathers.
Hmm.
They may have more information about the location of the weapons.
Oh, that's very important.
Yes.
All right. But how do we feel about dividing and conquering, as they say?
I don't think it's a bad idea.
All right. Who would like to go where? I plan to go to the Yagi Manor. Everyone is welcome, but, let me know.
I mean, I'm obviously gonna go where Ignacio goes.
You all right? Stupid question. She
So-
just gives Borea a smile and a nod.
Seraphina's gonna go with Sienna. She, like I said, she finds Sienna like a big sister, so like she kind of follows her around like a lost puppy.
She's so cute. Sienna definitely feels defensive of Serephina.
Yeah.
Protective of Serephina is the better word. What about you, Elery? Do you have anywhere that you would like to specifically go, or would you just like to sort of follow us and we'll explore what we can?
I will follow. I'll follow Seraphina and yourself.
Fantastic. That sounds like a plan.
All right.
Mhm.
I guess we'll meet back here.
That sounds good. Yeah, we'll come back here after we have whatever conversations we have, and then decide on next steps.
Yes.
And she downs a massive cup of coffee, and just sets it down. All right. Shall we? And she'll push herself up back.
Yeah, I believe we shall. You all stay safe.
You as well.
Mhm.
She'll nod to both Ignacio and Cavoria.
All right.
All right. And off we will go.
Yep.
Smash cut.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Doing
I'm
good.
hungry as a caterpillar, but let's go. I don't know. Don't.
Only you, Kat. Only you.
We just need to send you snacks that aren't potentially, trouble.
Rice Krispie treats.
Yeah, non-Rice Krispie
Yeah.
treat snacks,
Yeah.
because those apparently don't go well.
So,
I thought
you all have arrived at the Yagi Manor. You three notice. Oh, hang on a second. I just noticed something. Ah! There we go. I just noticed there was no music. That's okay.
You're good. I have something for Serephina if.
I was gonna say you all arrive and you do see an elderly woman, but if you need to take a moment to
Yeah, just
prep up, go for it.
real quick. Serephina, interesting that Jungo directed you to Yagi as well. Is that regarding your goddess?
Um, I believe so.
Okay, I'd be curious to see what she has to say. My father directed us this way. Honestly, I'm not even 100% sure what questions to ask, so hopefully it becomes apparent and I'll just be walking up as we have this conversation,
Mhm.
I would imagine. And I would talk to Elery and just say, Elery, how do you like the city so far?
Wow. She's looking around at everything, taking in as many details as she possibly can. It's a wonder that y'all haven't like wandered off ahead of her or something. But she, she will look around and kind of take everything in, locate you two, turn her around, take everything in, look at locate you two, and go back, and she's like paying attention, but it's like, when mom tells you to walk beside her when you're a kid at the grocery store. And you like are sort of, but not really doing that. It's it's kind of where she is. So you would say her name, and she'd probably be looking out and around, and would answer you, but still maybe looking over here. Like, yes.
Have you ever left Varna outside of a hunt?
Oh no, I haven't.
This is fantastic. And I'll look to Serephina and just grin, like kind of knowingly, because I know Seraphina's pretty well traveled.
Oh yeah.
I was very aware. The world was very large. I do not see these things where I am from, and is so much. Have either of you seen these kinds of things on your travels?
I have seen a few. My mother and I travel and do stonework for things like this, actually, before this path came along. So
you say a few, and her whole face just like, and she kind of said, "There's more."
There's a lot more.
Of
I cannot wait
course.
to show you. It's going to be great. It's wonderful seeing your excitement.
As you are approaching, you see this elderly nobleman just about to ascend the stairs, and as you guys arrive, you notice that this giant tree is kind of very similar to the great tree, for those who were there in Killeen, where there's parts of it carved out, but in a different fashion. Off to the side, you see a staircase that winds around the outside. And it goes up and up.
Where's the tree?
This is at the Yagi Manor. The Yagi Manor is actually a large tree.
Oh,
Just like the great
tree.
tree.
Map on Roll20.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Gotta work with what I got. Gotta work with what I got.
No, it looks amazing.
No,
I didn't realize.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the tree, like literally in front of the steps.
No, the manor itself.
The manor itself. That's cool. Okay.
It's a giant tree.
That's awesome.
And you see the steps winding around the outside. And at points you can see there's like decks that go around at a certain level, and then more steps, and then decks and more steps. You can kind of gather that there's a lot going on in this tree that meets the eye.
To be fair, Elery, there are not a lot of trees like these.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants to make a nature check,
I would love to.
Actually,
I would love to.
is my nature not pretty decent? Actually, yeah, I'll make a nature check.
With how beautiful you are, you should know that.
It's a 9 from Sienna.
It's a 16 for me.
Hey, let's go.
It's 21 for Serephina.
Let's fucking go.
so Harper and Elery and Serephina.
Commonly mistaken for one of them.
Yeah, I know.
Long blonde hair.
Elery and Serephina, You get the sense that this tree's alive. Still.
As opposed to, sorry, I can't ask this question.
I was kind of thinking too. Alive as in
Like an actual living tree.
like it is like this was built within the tree kind of a
Mhm.
thing, and the tree itself, structurally it is still alive, or there
Mhm.
is life within the hustle and bustle of the tree.
Nope, the first one.
Okay.
Which,
So it could feel pain.
duh.
Noted.
Like an end
No,
situation, or
Okay, no joke. You said that, and the first thing that popped into my mind was Fern Gully, when she makes him put her palm on it. She's, can't you feel its pain? Like, for like half a second, I was gonna be like, she puts her hand on the tree and
Reference.
Never mind.
Oh my god.
that's great.
I'm old. Anyway, it feels painful.
But as you approach, you see this elderly gnomish woman, hair pulled back in a tight bun, a few little sprigs of hair sticking out. She does not hear your approach. She's climbing the stairs.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Sorry, did not mean to startle you.
That's fine.
How are you?
I'm alright. Who must you be? Did you have an appointment?
Did we, not an appointment, but a referral.
It's fine. Come.
Okay. She'll just she'll walk up.
She's gone.
Follow her.
The moment
Yeah.
you take a moment to think about following, she's gone
Okay.
up into the tree.
Wait for.
Yeah, they'll be like, are you coming?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to- there we go. Because Elery will take up Elery in most situations will take up the rear anyway, so she's always going to wait for the last person to go up before she follows.
Gotcha.
You'll take the rear?
Cat, don't make it weird.
Listen!
Anyways.
This is not my stream, so I'm not going to say it.
Anyways, she after she enters in, she turns around and with a huff of just kind of like a "whew, I made it" type of huff.
So, who are you here to see?
Elder Yagi.
Yagi. Oh.
If at all possible, I understand he's probably busy, but it's also why we came early in the day.
Let me see if he is available right now. I know him and my husband had something they had to do. I'll be right back.
And she
Take your time.
runs off.
Serephina, I don't think that she knows our names. I don't recall telling her.
Oh,
Uh,
maybe we should have told her.
We probably should have, but honestly, when would we have had the opportunity? And Sienna just checks up on Elery. And just not going to interrupt her at all, just going to check up on her as she's looking around.
Taking it in. But you do also notice that she is standing with a very like posture, shoulders back, everything. And the only thing that she has that's visible is from the neck up. Her hands are, arms and everything are tucked under the cloak, and her cloak covers pretty much most of her. But she's still just scanning around and still taking everything in, and
Are you enjoying yourself?
I don't know where to start.
It's quite beautiful, isn't it?
There's just so much to see at once. It's almost well, I guess is not like not like hunting where you pay close mind to many things at once. It's little things. It's so
kind
much.
of overwhelming, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard
Yes.
to pick something to focus on.
Yes. She will not wander off necessarily, but there is a very distracted, like, she's over here and she's just like taking in details of everything, and she's looking at everything, anything. It's a candelabra on a table. She's looking at it, like, just keeping an eye still. Okay, they're both over here. All right, cool. But she's like, whoa, and just observing everything going on.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Form of this die. Good perception. Good perception. Off D&D day. Good perception. It's gonna be fine, everybody. It's fine. 13.
Easy enough. You see in the corners here in the front room, there's 4 suits of armor, all elegantly placed. They have their hands sitting on top of blades that go straight down in front of them. And you see script on the blades. Elery, what languages do you know?
I know common and common sign language.
Then you would not know what is said. Does anybody here speak Sylvan?
Sienna would speak Sylvan.
Uh,
So do you point it out to Sienna, Elery?
Yeah, actually. Elery will take a second looking at the statue, and she'll, like, for half a second, like, pantomime their position, like, with arms up, holding over the blade, like, in front of her, kind of a deal. And then notice the writing, will reach out just very, very, very gently with a finger and kind of trace a finger over part of what's written, and then we'll turn to the others. I'm assuming we're the only ones in here. We'll just turn to the others. We're still waiting. So she'll look to them and, Sienna, Serephina, do you what does this say?
Let me see. And Sienna will approach and look at the markings more closely.
okay. The one that is right here, that Elery is in front of, says wisdom along the blade in Sylvan.
Along the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And with what I checked out in perception, I noticed that they were all 4 of them, and all 4 of them had something written on them.
Yes.
Okay. Then
With that perception, you would know that it's all different script. Like, they don't look the same.
so it's not the same looking word on every single sword.
Correct.
Okay. Then in that case, she would immediately go to the next one and
Sienna follows.
and point to is this the same?
This one said wisdom. This one says.
Strength.
This one says strength.
Strength. And she turns around and sees the one, and she goes noom and across the room and goes over to the other. Said, and this one here.
Sienna looks and peers closely.
Bravery.
This one says bravery.
And this one.
See? And she'll get close.
And the final one says faith.
This one says faith. So that was wisdom in this side, and Sienna will just point, and then strength on this corner, and bravery on this one, and then the last one is faith. Beautiful, beautiful suits. Does Sienna recognize any sort of house marking, like coats of armor coat of arms, for example, for where the knights might come from in terms of family?
You see, around the left side of the breastplate, you would have seen, Akira carrying a holy symbol with this same, but you see the symbol of Durag.
I see. Okay. This and Sienna would actually point that out to Elery. The symbol with the you see the deer head with the bleached white sort of skeleton has the antlers going out. That is, you may know this already, but the symbol for the god Durag, which my sister is the champion of.
She looks like she's absorbing that information and then really impressed. Your sister is a champion.
She's wildly impressive as a person. She's saved my life on countless occasions, and she has a very good relationship with Durag. And Serephina also is a cleric of the goddess Gerania. Is that right, Serephina?
That is correct.
So yeah, certainly some divine connections in our little group.
Elery's gonna reach out with a knuckle and just gently tap on the armor.
As you're doing that, the gnomish woman comes back out and it's like,
Oh, please be careful. They fell yesterday, and it was a pain in the rear to get them all put back together.
Oh no.
Arm immediately goes back into the cloak, straighten posture.
It's fine. It's not the first time. It certainly won't be the last. So, High Elder Yagi is a little bit busy right now, but he did say that you guys can come and sit in the next room, and he'll come in, or my husband will come and escort you to his office.
All right, it sounds good. Thank you for inquiring for us.
Yes.
A question:
Yes.
Do you work here
I
or
am-
live here? I don't know.
I live here. No. But I am one of Yagi's, Toshi's advisors.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Well, it is nice to meet you. My name is Sienna Nishiyama, and she'll give a little bow.
she looks to you, Elery.
Elery. And there is a like a flourish to this. There is something very practiced to how she introduces herself.
Love that.
Okay. And you?
my name is Serephina Serenity. Pleasure to meet you.
Serenity. That name rings a bell.
And Sienna has some thoughts about that, and will immediately try to distract the lovely gnomish woman. Has she given us her name?
Nope.
Chio? No. Okay. And what is your name?
My name's Chio. You can all call me Granny Chio.
Oh, it is nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I feel very informal all of a sudden calling you Granny Chio.
I never went for formalities.
That, you know what, me either. I appreciate that.
Come.
I can help with securing these if it would be helpful, so that they don't fall over anymore.
You can.
And she's gesturing at the armors. Yeah,
She like immediately is like, you can.
I can. Yes,
That would be so helpful. The amount
me
of
some time
children that come through here that wants to play with them, it's
They are beautiful and impressive. I cannot blame the children, but we can protect the armor from the children.
good.
Elery turns a little red.
Oh.
Hey, I did nothing against you. Nothing against you. You didn't know.
I will work on sketching something up and see if you like it. It's only take me a few hours maybe, but I will get back to you.
Ah,
Thank you
perfect.
for the opportunity.
Of course. Anything to make sure that they don't fall on children would be grateful.
Of course.
Sorry, just the mental image of an armor piece clattering down over a child definitely crosses the imagery in Sienna's mind. She has to sort of whip
Flawless
it off.
victory.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh.
oh.
Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god.
Chio motions for you all to come and have a seat in this room.
All right. Thank you.
That's a wall.
This is a door right here.
Okay. Knock, knock.
She's literally opened the door.
Oh, sorry.
Can I get you ladies any tea or water?
What time of day is it right now?
Um,
It's morning, right?
it's still morning. I would say, given what times you guys probably got up, I will say about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. I would honestly love some coffee. Granicio, if that's okay.
Coffee I can do. Toshi loves
Coffee.
his coffee.
May I also have some coffee, please?
Of course. You?
Thank you.
Coffee as well, thank you.
Okay. Any creamer and sugar?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And she rushes off.
Thank you. And Sienna's immediately going to look around the room and see what she can spot.
Go ahead and
Like,
roll that
papers on the desk
perception
if there's
check.
anything. Yeah.
Sweet perception.
Sweet perception. Man, my dice hate me. I don't know why. Sienna can't roll for anything.
Gotta warm up.
Time to get new
That is
dice.
Warm up.
that is a 9. All told, even with my bonus.
That's better.
That is much better.
Dirty 20.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
The room, for the most part, is a little bit bare. There is along here a bookshelf that does have some books in it. They generally be like encyclopedias, almanacs, stuff like that. There's nothing on the table, even though the map there's nothing on the table. It's just a simple coffee table. There is a nice little plant here down at the very bottom, and above the fireplace there is another sword,
Ooh.
and there is script on the blade.
Ah. Does it look similar to the script that was on the armor in the other room?
It's actually different.
It's different.
Ooh.
Elery's gonna point in it anyway. Sienna, can you lead this one?
Probably. And she'll sort of get, she'll step back in on like her tippy toes, figure out the best way to see it, and what does she see?
Lips her. His lips are over Lion King
Puppies.
style. Over the fireplace. Like, doesn't even think about it. You come over and she's just like, whoop, and just lifts you up.
And Elery, Sienna's surprisingly dense. Like, for as small
I
as
was
she
gonna
is,
ask
she's
how dense
very
she was.
heavy.
Yeah. Just for. Oh yeah, 19. I'd be okay.
Yeah, she's 4'6" and she weighs. Hold on, let me find it on my character sheet. here.
500 pounds.
Jesus Christ, I would love to have that much muscle.
She is a rock.
She's just a rock. Yeah, she weighs 170 pounds at 4'6".
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. What? And I'll lean in. What does it say?
Can you read Celestial?
Oh, hang on.
Where
It's not on my list. It is not. Nope. I can't read it. This is a different language. Serephina, can you take a look?
I'm literally seeing if I can read it. Hang on.
Elery just looks over to you and is still holding Sienna up in the air.
Sienna doesn't really complain about this. She just she doesn't go full like limp dead weight in your arms, but she's just like, this is a nice view.
This is life now.
Yeah. This is not bad.
Yes, I can read Celestial.
Let's
We'll
go.
set you down.
Thank you. She'll just pull back. She'll pull her sketchbook out. She's working on her plans for the.
How
for the
tall are
suits.
you, Seraphina?
Yes.
How tall are you?
Oh, tall. Oh, shit.
You're 5'5".
She's about like 5'5", yeah.
Okay.
Whee!
On the shoulder. No, I'm kidding.
Just fireman carry.
just everybody gets free uppies.
It's great.
Seraphina, you read the blade, and
Mhm.
for a moment you have trouble reading it. But it's because it's an older version of Celestial. But you eventually make
Okay.
it out to faith and trust binds all.
Not face, Jesus. Faith and trust binds all.
Amazing. Do I recognize the build of the sword? Is it a steel sword? Any particular material?
You don't.
It just seems very nondescript.
It seems otherworldly.
I see. Okay, so I don't recognize the alloy.
Mm-mm.
Nice. Do I? Okay. Players putting pieces together, but Sienna rolled a really crappy pure perception roll. Can I roll insight based on new information?
Yes.
Okay.
And what are you using the insight for?
Is it sharp?
That is a 17, and what I'm trying to gain insight to is it's an alloy I don't recognize in a language that's something I can't read. That would be celestial. Is this one of the champion's weapons?
You look at it and ponder upon it, and you hear the voice say, "No, it's not one. It was wielded by a god, but it is not a champion weapon."
And is this a voice in my head, or is this a voice everybody hears?
Voice in your head. It is a very familiar voice to you at this point.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know that I would reveal that because I think at this point she's starting to get used to it in a good way. So it's just she hears it and is just like, okay, she's processing it like her own thoughts almost.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Trust binds all. Faith and trust binds all.
Is Elery kind of thinking through that? Like, are we hearing this?
Oh yeah, she's muttering this out loud.
What do you think, Elery, of that phrase?
Faith and trust binds all. Trust. And you can like see her thinking the words individually and like really like processing it and not so much processing it as she is like applying it in terms that she kind of understands a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And faith and trust binds all. Faith and binds all. I don't completely understand that part of it, but faith and trust. I like trust. When you are trusted to take care, to aid, to help, and faith that you will come through, binds all. And she'll turn and look at the both of you and kind of frown.
Is it helpful or not helpful to for either of us to try to explain? Because I don't want to do that if it is not helpful or wanted.
Well, binds all, and she turns back to the sword. There seems something important about this sword and the blades and the armors in the other room. But binds all. And then she turns back to you completely. Not all have the same type of faith and trust. But this seems to say that those things are good. And then a thought kind of hits her. Can faith and trust be used in bad ways?
Personally, Serephina, you are much more equipped as a holy woman to speak to this, but I have seen it go both ways. Elery, it's more often than not, faith and trust are beautiful and creates goodwill and friendships and love and all of those things, but there are also times faith and trust can be put in people who wish to abuse the power that trusting someone creates. If you trust someone to do right by you, and they choose to use that for their own gain, their own advantage, that happens, unfortunately. But it does not mean that it's... I believe personally that the concepts are still good, primarily. I believe it's the exception, not the rule. What do you think, Serephina?
I completely agree with you. You said it perfectly.
She'll just kind of like look down and that little exhale, like that. She's not a religious person. She's telling herself this over and over and over and over again, and is actively watching herself become a religious person, and it's weird. But she'll just look back at Elery and say, I think you have the right of it, though, that this is... it can be a good or a bad thing. Because bind can mean bringing together, but bind can also mean holding against someone's will.
Yes, it can. She just gets far away for a second.
Can I roll any... this might not even be something like you can give me, Harper, but I'm just curious, like, can I roll insight too? Is that memory of a traumatic event? Is that, like, what do I think that is when I see that reaction?
Go ahead and roll that insight.
I was gonna say, I would say that she could, because this is an active deception on Elery's part. So actually, in that case,
I was gonna say, what's your roll deception then at that point? Because I
in that case, all right.
You can just message me what your deception is, Elery, and I can decide from there.
I have a +5 to insight, and I rolled a 16 on the die.
You just beat me. You just beat me. I have... well, deception goes under charisma, and my charisma is all of 11, so I have 0 deception.
Oh no.
So reveal as much as you want, as you think Sienna would have garnered.
There's not much to go on, so I
had a natural
completely
18, and you had a 22?
21.
21. Okay. I would say with the 21, you can I be really mean and write this out to her in a DM?
Go for it.
Okay. Give me a
Oh
second.
no.
Sweet.
But I will say, just for Serephina's sake, while I'm, typing away at this, that Elery will go back looking at that sword for a little bit, but then she will look over and make eye contact with Sienna. And then
And
kind of look
Sienna's-
away.
Seraphina, you've seen this look from Sienna before, when she spotted stuff about you.
Oh shit. Sorry, that's not what she says, but
It's not a mean look. It's an active learning look, if that makes sense.
yeah,
There's not like positive or negative judgment to it. It's just very like head tilts, slightly narrowed eye.
Yeah, she nods at you, understanding.
My keyboard is very clacky, so I'm gonna mute myself real quick while I write this out.
As you are typing that out, an elderly gnomish male walks in.
Oh, hello. Sienna stands up.
Hello. Elder Yagi is ready to see you.
Oh, thank you very much. What is your name?
Torino.
Torino, it is nice to meet you. I am Sienna Nishiyama, and she would gesture to Serephina.
I am Serephina. Serenity, pleasure to meet you.
Elery would give the same very elaborate, formal bow. Straight posture, everything. Elery.
Thank you very much.
Come.
And she'll briefly look around and go, oh, she didn't make it back with the coffee yet.
Nope.
Oh
Slightly
shit.
sad.
And he's already out the room.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Off we go.
In fact, as you guys are headed to Toshi's office, you see Chio coming back with a tray.
Konnichiwa, your timing is perfect.
Well, I figured Toshi would want another cup. Come, in.
And Torino steps off to the side and motions you. You can see that Chio is slightly shorter than Torino. Chio heads in first. And you do notice on their ring fingers bands. Just simple golden bands.
Oh.
They're a little couple.
Mm-hmm.
It's so precious. Sienna's just smiling ear to ear, kind of picking up this information. But she also nods as soon as Toshi comes into view. She nods very respectfully and sort of steps at the back of the room by the fireplace just to wait to be fully invited forward.
Yeah, he gives a nod. Torino is glaring at the other two that are still out. Like, come on, let's go.
Sorry, I was typing and I was
No, you're
like,
good.
was
You're
only
good.
Sienna offered? Like, shit.
Chio,
Sienna's really bad about remembering.
I've come.
Chio sets a much larger mug on the desk and then passes out 3 mugs and sets the tray on the corner of the desk for you all, and then scurries on out. And
Thank you so much.
shuts the door. Like, you can definitely tell she is very one for, like, I gotta do this now, I gotta do this now, I gotta do this now.
Task oriented. I respect it.
Yep. And-
Sienna will sort of hesitantly step toward the tray because she really needs coffee right now.
Toshi motions his hand to the tray. Please,
Thank you very much.
please, take what you will. You just see him just down a big gulp of his coffee.
Mood.
Sienna just gives him a big smile and goes, my father mentions that you are a nice person, and most nice people I know love coffee. My father,
Father.
Elder Thornblossom in Killeen, sends his fuck, that sound is really hard for me to make. Regards.
My gods.
Which
Yeah.
which thorn blossom?
Well, Elery does not say in the background. What?
That is Elder Shinya. Shinya Thornblossom.
He looks into your eyes. I should have known that.
She just smiles and says, I am Sienna, and does the sort of introductory gesturing around again.
Same thing. Yep, sorry.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna say same thing. Formal bow, back straight posture, all that.
Mhm.
I am Serephina. Serenity. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for making
Serenity.
the time.
Yes.
We'll talk after.
Oh no.
Sienna definitely just does the like eyes dart to Seraphina's face to see what that did to her, and then look back. Just a quick little like check in.
She does the like blush upon her cheeks as I nervous take, like, oh shit, I'm in trouble.
Like the I'm
What
going
I
to the principal's office thing.
Yeah, basically.
Ellery's eyes kind of not narrow, but she just kind of gives this look between all three persons, but definitely, especially at Toshi.
No worries. Nothing bad. However,
Insight check.
go for it.
I'm
Inside.
watching your face.
She doesn't know.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I believe it. In her shoes, I would absolutely do that.
12.
Not bad.
What was it?
12.
Hard to read. No.
Who's closest to me? You know, lean. This is hilarious because all 4'2" and 5'8" of Elery is gonna like lean down down to Sienna and be like, Sienna, I don't know if I like him.
It's okay. We'll make the decision later.
Oh shit.
She just smiles like, because I think your braid probably would have like fallen onto her shoulder, so she would have seen this coming. And she's just trying to. She's like, let's talk to him a bit more.
If you haven't already
Arms
realized,
crossed under her robe.
I am Elder Toshi Yagi. I've heard through the network that you have seen my son.
Is that Champion Jungo?
Champion?
Oh, that might not be information you have yet. And she'll kind of like lower her head and look over at Seraphina.
What the?
Surprise! That's obviously not what she says, but
It's he's not angry.
okay.
It's more of
She's just disappointed.
not even that.
Oh god.
It's almost like something was confirmed to him.
Okay.
Oh.
That sense of someone special that Akira talks about, more than likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Champion Jungo. It was very, very recently confirmed by, I believe, the Momoyo Temple. Is that right, Seraphina?
Yeah.
Uh,
It would make
yes.
sense.
My goddess spoke to me and told me who the champion was. I automatically told him, of course.
You're a follower of Shirania.
Indeed, I am.
My family has been long followers of her as well.
Mm. She's a
My-
wonderful goddess.
My great-grandfather fought alongside her.
Oh, wow.
Sienna definitely tilts her head, especially after having read some details of the Great Battle now out of her father's journal. Just interested in other perspectives.
So, you had inquiries for me.
A great many, I'm afraid. By all means, feel free to kick us out if we need to make space for the rest of your calendar. But first, Serephina, wasn't it Champion Jungo told you to ask him about hearing Gerania's voice? And you asked him why you are hearing it. And he said maybe talk to Elder Yagi. So please go first. I can bring up business later.
Yes, that's correct.
Toshi just looks at you.
I'm terrified.
Can Sienna just put a reassuring hand on Serephina's, just the back of her shoulder, or actually it would be the back of her waist given her height, and that would be it for now. But she's thinking about giving her some magic courage.
Yes, that was the case. Shoot, I forgot about the situation. I forgot what
Does
was
DM
asked.
need to remind you?
Yes, pretty please.
When you were in Killing, after you met Jungo, Jungo, of course, said to meet with his father, and he would tell you of a dream that he had.
Okay, yes.
Before you
He-
start anything,
Okay.
I need to quickly pause here. I gotta go run out and get the journal. I thought I brought it back here with me, but I don't have it. So, if there is any talk that you want to do,
Should we say that he walks out of the room for a second?
yeah, we'll say Toshi is like, just a minute, I need more coffee.
Mm-hmm.
But she the bowl the size of her head it being empty is actually kind of astonishing to her. And Sienna will just pat Serephina's lower back and just say, "It's okay. I'm sure this is a bit scary to talk about, but you helped me, remember?
Yes.
Let him help you."
It's just the way he was looking at me, like... I thought he was gonna hit me with something.
At some point, Sienna sort of backs up to where she can sort of give attention to both Elery and Serephina when she says this, and just goes, "The name that Serephina carries, Serenity.
Mm-hmm.
In the circles that my father runs in, unfortunately carries some negative connotations due to reasons not of Serephina's fault at all. So, talking about Serephina's connection to the goddess is probably quite different than talking about any other Serenity family member connection to the goddess. Serephina, remember when I said that your grandfather encountered my father and it was not positive?
I believe so, yes.
I do not know if this is where this is coming from, but I believe that is part of what you're experiencing, and the best thing I can say is try to remember that you make your own impressions, because you make a very good impression. You don't need to worry. Even if people give you a strange look, it doesn't matter. Just give them time.
Toshi walks back in the room. Okay, I got my coffee.
And Sienna sort of steps back and stands next to Elery.
Elery is clocking Toshi from the moment he comes into the room.
I love the
Sorry
bodyguard
about
energy.
that. I froze for a moment. Yes. So he told me that I could come to you and ask you about a dream that you've had.
A nightmare my son has had.
Oh,
It's been reoccurring for the past 30 years.
that's terrible.
Yes, I have it written here in a letter, and he pulls a letter outside of a drawer, out of the drawer, and he opens it up. He sent me this letter after him and the Aizawa boys left on their journey. And he says that his nightmare opens up with a woman, a human with long brown hair, standing in a lake, surrounded by a meadow. But it's nice and calm and peaceful. And then, all of a sudden, the woman is engulfed in flames. The roar of 3 dragons ring out over the lake. Ice, flame, and acid rain down, destroying everything. Suddenly, he sees Durlin, her beautiful city here.
That's horrible.
As he walks through, people are fleeing, but are frozen in place by ice. The forest around Darlin is burning and dissolving with the acid. And then he finds himself standing in front of me in ice. This breaks my heart, but with a disappointed look on my face. He would always reach out to touch me, and he'll awake from the dream.
Serephina is tearing up as she feels awful about this, and she's just like, that is absolutely terrifying. I can't imagine the terrifying moments that he felt. I'm sorry.
Then you only feel a little bit of what I always feel. To have to comfort my son after such a nightmare.
Mm-hmm. I hope these nightmares stop at some point.
Me too. My son,
So,
he's strong, but he has such a good heart.
Serafina,
Yes.
did you not tell me once that you have nightmares sometimes?
I do. Sometimes they're like that, but mine are a little bit different.
How so?
As I see the world ablaze, I see my mother and my father and my grandfather and all the people that I knew get sucked into this vortex of a hellhole, and they're being burned alive. And I can hear their screams, and I can feel their pain. I don't know what it means, but it's terrifying.
You watch as Toshi stands up and walks over to you and just draws you into a hug.
Sienna puts her hand on Elery's arm and just gives a reassuring squeeze.
The Serephina literally grabs onto him as he hugs her.
My dear child. It's all right. I wish I had answers for you. I don't even have answers for my own son. I'm sure all will be revealed at some point.
I really hope so.
May I ask a question of both of you? Looking at Serafina and
Toshi?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
It seems that each god has some sort of specific horror associated with them. Do we know if the other primes? It is the wrong word to say do this to their people, but from an outsider looking in, seeing two people who love the goddess suffer, what is the purpose? I don't understand. And I know you said you may not have answers either, but she just kind of like, in frustration, puts her elbow on the desk.
I get what you're saying, and he lets go, Serafina, but he doesn't walk away. He just stands there. According to my great-grandfather, after the primes went behind the gate was just weak enough that they're able to send visions to their people.
Do they ever send positive visions?
Of course.
Or is it always something like this?
No, positive visions are generally the normal. So it's a little odd that there are nightmares.
Serephina, when did what? And this is for both of you. Pointing again at both of them. When did you start having your nightmares? And then she would also gesture to Toshi with an open hand. And when did Jungo begin to have ease?
I started having the nightmares as I was a child.
How long ago was that? Sorry, she's gotta ask.
Gotta remember how old she is, my god.
Your girl's an elf. You could be anything.
So
Right
valid.
now, well, right now,
730.
yeah,
currently.
she's 730.
You would not be technically 18, like quote unquote 18, until you're about 200 years old.
So about 500 years ago.
Or more.
At least 500 years ago.
And then Jungo, Toshi.
Jungo, he started having nightmares when he was about 160 years old.
So
He's
just as he was coming into adulthood.
pretty close.
How long ago, if you don't mind me asking, was that?
About 30 years.
So soon. Okay.
He's reaching 200 in a couple of years.
He's so young.
If it wasn't for the fact that he was going with the Aizawa boys, I would not have let him leave.
That is understandable. He seems like he has a good head on his shoulders.
He's a
Or
good
whatever
kid.
it's worth.
He's my only.
That has got to be a bit scary, is it not? Just to have your only son away when these visions are coming to him.
You have no idea. I
I can't imagine.
don't know what I would do with myself if I lost him too.
She would tilt her head at that too. And just making eye contact with Toshi, but not asking unless he offers.
Go ahead and roll an insight.
Get him.
That is a 17 insight.
You notice on his ring finger a band. But instead of gold, it's black. And it's
Sienna's
worn.
inference.
Very worn.
Can Sienna tell what material it is?
It is obsidian.
Okay, so it's very old.
Mhm.
It's possible that he lost whoever this was during the Great Battle.
No.
Okay.
Because his only son is only 198.
So 200 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know of any world events 200 years ago?
No.
That. Okay.
But you can see in the firelight from the fireplace glints of red on the stone. Almost like he never had the heart to clean it.
By glints of red, are we talking about blood?
Mm-hmm. Dried blood. Like it's that deep brownish red.
Mm-hmm. I think Toshi would see because my guess is a fairly perceptive person.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is he would have seen Sienna eye contact to him, eyes dart down to the ring, then back up to him, and she just nods and is not going to say anything. And she'll, after a moment, look to Serephina and say, I was hoping to find some kind of catalyst that made sense, but the timing does not work.
I know.
It's not your fault, you know. Do you have any other questions, Serephina, you want to ask about Johannia and interactions with you?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. And she'll give your shoulder another squeeze. Elder, have you heard through the network of the task which our group has been set with?
Yes, actually. I was contacted a few days ago by highest Yelda Momoyo.
Mm.
She told me that there would be a group of adventurers going around, and she said one of them was a champion.
Yes. Forgive us. We in the name of timeliness and efficiency, split the party. So the referenced champion is Ignacio. He is the champion of the god Ravines. He is at the Aizawa Manor at the moment. But of course, I'm sure he could stop by.
It's whatever. I just heard through the network. But yes, task at hand.
Yes. Something that we have noticed is that so far we've been very lucky. We found two champions. My sister, thankfully, Akira Thorn Blossom Dupont, is the champion for Darag. And of course, Ignacio was noted as champion, three now, champion of Ravins. And then, of course, Jungo, the champion of Jorania. So we have roughly 6 more to find. Now, Elder Yu was very clear. Before I continue, is this room protected against skying?
Yes.
Okay. The Elder brought up that the world would end when the Fallen had their hands on all of the champion's weapons.
Yes.
So finding the champion does not necessarily accomplish our task. We are here to look more into how to find those weapons and see where we can get started. Of course, we want to protect the champions because the champions themselves are at risk.
Yes.
But we also need to prevent whatever this is.
I will say, it seems like your current champion that you're traveling with is in the right location.
Really?
Zashi, one of the Aizawa husbands, he is what's known as a true bard.
Oh.
He is very in tune with the gods. On top of also being the record keepers for the elven cities.
And Sienna's going to, out of the corner of her eye, note Elery, and just she's gonna ask the question, even though she knows because Akira's a true bard, her sister's a true bard. She would still ask the question. A true bard. What is that exactly? Is that the same thing as a bard you would run into in the tavern?
Similar, but way more powerful.
In what way?
Zashi could simply just say the word sleep. Your body would not stand a chance but fall asleep instantly.
There are people that would pay for that service. Sorry, not important. Go on.
Their words hold a power beyond any comprehension.
Is it tied to the celestial powers behind the gates? More so than the champions?
Not really.
Hmm.
But if you were saying your sister is a true bard, as well as a champion,
She's got the two words, true.
she has a gift.
She is extraordinary, and I'm glad that she is a good person as well. She would be quite formidable.
You said her name was Akira.
Yes, Akira Thornblossom de Pont.
Another one of Shingen's daughters.
Sorry, I missed what he said?
Another one of Shingen's daughters.
Yes.
I actually recall meeting her.
You do?
I do. I traveled to Killeen for one thing or another.
Hmm.
It was probably 20 odd years ago. Wonderful girl.
Same just now.
And actually, I do remember you and your sister coming here, and about a year ago.
That is right. I apologize. Sometimes my memory gets a little bit too caught up in the books and the projects, and I forget. I probably have met before. I apologize.
I don't think we've met, but I do remember you had spent some time at the Aizawa Manor. Zashi, I believe was her mentor, if I remember correctly.
Oh, interesting. I know you was the elder you over in Kalin was the champion before for the rug. So for some reason I assumed that was well. Okay, question.
Yes.
Would Mel assumed that was how that went down? Would Sienna know?
Sienna would remember that you both had spent time at the Aizawa Manor,
Okay.
learning, having Akira learn how to control her true bard powers.
Okay.
And you remember because she is a half elf, her powers seem to fluctuate a whole lot more than if she was just a full human or a full elf. And it was something that Zashi did comment on.
Nice. Okay, thank you. I was just like, hold on. That's the information Sienna knows. Yes, that is right. So, when it comes to, I'm glad to hear that Ignacio is in the right place. I'm sure he and Gavoria will be very happy about that. What about the rest of them?
Weapons, like I said, is Zashi's thing. As for the champions, it's odd that 3 of them were found here in Plasara. You know, Therese of all places.
Why is that odd?
The champions, the former ones, they were from all over the world.
Hmm. So having that many in one place, especially when I believe there are, 7 other continents? 6 other continents? 7 total?
7.
Okay, so that's good. I'm proud of myself. I read the world doc. But so she said it's okay. So normally you would have one from one location, one from another, one from another. They would not be in such a concentrated.
At least for safety reasons, I wouldn't see why they would choose 3.
They being the gods.
Yeah.
I am so glad to hear you say that because I was thinking something similar. Why bring everybody into one place to make them that much easier to get in one fell swoop? Just tactically, it does not make sense.
The way the gods choose their champions has been debated by religious leaders for many centuries.
Shows that those arguments were not entirely objective.
No, because no one could give a straight answer.
Mm-hmm.
The weapons, I can tell you this much. The weapons are definitely around the world. You would definitely have to travel.
We were aware that we needed to make our way at some point to Captoria.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you say Captoria, you see a very similar reaction in Toshi that you saw in Shinya.
And Sienna's jaw set a little bit when she said it, just because the more she's learned, the more she agrees, unfortunately. But she very much tries to temper it for Serephina's benefit.
Oh.
Serephina, you spent some time there.
Yes. Indeed, I have. DM, isn't Katoria basically where she's from?
You were born on Creating, or in Creating.
Creating. Okay.
In the capital city,
Double making sure.
Creatine.
Creatine, okay.
But you were basically forced to go to Captoria, where you were raised by your grandfather.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I was forced to live in Katoria. My grandfather was the one that was taking care of me.
You just see Sienna huff. The inner dialogue being taken care of is a very strong word. But and I think that Sienna would make eye contact with Toshi, and she wouldn't be hiding any of this in terms of her feelings on the matter with him, but she would be mostly hiding it for Serephina's benefit.
Mm.
Kind of just like angling her body away. And she would just look to Toshi and say, besides that particular journey, where else might we need to go?
Aldno. Aldno.
Thank you.
Aldno has one. And Wolfalia. Wolfalfalia.
My father mentioned Wolfalia. Interesting. We were discussing.
Let me guess.
Terrific
Captoria.
animals.
Yeah.
In not so many words.
You don't need to say.
I'm curious.
Go ahead.
Sienna's going to just glance her eyes over to Serephina. Number one, is Serephina picking up on this tension? And number two, Sienna's trying to make the decision for herself. Like, should she just be open and just say it? Like, is it going to hurt Serephina or not for her to just be very open about this? Because she doesn't like keeping things from her party members, but if she feels it's going to protect them, she will.
Serephina sees that it's like the tension is rising, but she'd rather you be honest than keep it from her.
All right, Sienna's gonna catch that there's a little bit of, tell me if I'm wrong in reading this way, Kat, but a bit of frustration glancing at Sienna.
Not frustration, just curious. Just like she's tilting her head trying to figure out like what you're going to say.
Okay. Serephina, I gave you a very watered down version of what my father and I discussed regarding Captoria. I do not feel right hiding anything from you, but I also do not wish to speak ill of your own land if that is something that you feel strongly about. Would you prefer we keep our words tempered, or would you prefer we speak openly?
You can speak openly. I trust you.
All right. And she tries to like, she's looking a bit up at you, not just because of her height, but because of that, like, I'm trying to reassure you with my eyes kind of thing. And she will turn back to Toshi and say, I have personally no experience with Captoria outside of Serephina, but the stories that she has told me of a grandfather were not encouraging, were quite violent, in my opinion. And she would look to Elery and just say, Elery, at some point I will catch you up on what happened, but her grandfather was not nice to dogs.
No, he wasn't.
And she'll sort of, for the moment, spare Elery just for the audience's sake, the reminder of episode 1 where Serephina told us that her grandfather would force her to kill dogs, and so she's always wanted a puppy. But she'll spare Elery that for the moment, and she'll just say that he was mean to dogs. I don't personally know much, Toshi, but I know it's bad, and I know that there is no respect there for magics outside of divine. And my personal thoughts on the matter are that's bullshit, and there is no magic that is better than another. There is just magic. There are people who are better than others in terms of using the magic for good things, but there is no one magic better than others. And her jaw is set, fixed when she says that. Besides opinion, though, I do not know the impact of Captoria in your life. And on Doreen, Father explains that Captoria tries to create laws that restrict the use of magic to what they see as the proper magic. But beyond that, I am not sure if there are other implications.
Captoria sees anything nature or arcane based magic as improper. Only divine magic.
That's very funny to call nature improper.
Right?
What the fuck is wrong with these people? Sorry, we just met. I should not be cursing in front of the bots.
No, it is fine.
You-
Yeah, that could have been one of the dogs of the city. Sorry. Um, it's odd that they would consider even nature magic just improper.
What does improper even mean? I'm obviously frustrated, but I'm genuinely like, I do not understand how the logic even comes together.
We don't
And
know.
Serephina, I don't get the sense that you feel this way, so I'm curious. So if you are familiar with their thought process, if you can explain where they might be coming from. Not because I think I will agree, but I would like to know.
She tries to say, but her words get stuck in her throat. So she ends up like not having a breakdown, but a a verbal shutdown. So she'll just look at you and like she's trying to get the words out, but she can't.
Are you all right? So she's just look at you very concerned. Serephina, may I cast something on you?
She nods.
And I'm going to cast heroism on Serephina. And what that does is it removes the frightened condition. It might help you speak. You obviously can make the decision if it does, but it would remove the frightened condition from you if that's what you're feeling.
It's not frightened, it's more of the fact that she's like
It's an emotional
she's
fear. It will work.
yeah.
It'll still work on that.
Okay.
Um
I'm
For
allowing it.
1 minute, it makes you a little bit braver. Is the idea? It's D&D above the table. It's meant to
Yeah.
actually be like a fight mechanic, but I like the idea of using it for this.
Oh no.
So-
Love it.
in her way, she doesn't know how to explain it.
Mm.
So she'll try to explain it, but she can't explain it because she's like, I did, I did,
It's
that's
all
all
right.
that's coming from her.
She'll just put her hand on your arm and she'll just say, "Look at me. Take one deep breath. And just you don't have to be elegant or coherent even, but when you think of how people talked about magic where you were raised, what is the first thing you remember?"
I felt like it was banned, but I know it wasn't banned. I just remember seeing this child try to use their magic. But the child got punished for it. Like, they would take this child to the brick wall, and I wouldn't know after that. My grandfather would always just take me inside afterwards. I don't understand why there's a band.
They simply said it's banned and did not explain.
Yes.
I'm going to ask a different question.
Alright.
What, without even thinking about magic, what was your best friend afraid of growing up?
She laughs and remembers she remembers her best friend always afraid of using magic, even if it were to heal others, even if it would cure their sickness. She has seen so many terrible things. She wouldn't be able to describe it to me.
Thank you for sharing.
Mhm.
And she'll look back to Toshi, and she'll also glance at Elery. It's regardless of their. I'm not hearing anything that actually explains their reasoning, just the fact that it gives them control.
Yeah.
The funny
Which is a
thing,
reason in and of itself.
the funny thing was, cleric magic was completely fine, but other magic was banned. They never explained. They just, you did magic and you'd get taken to a spot, and I don't even want to explain what they would do to you.
What happened if someone asked why? Was why allowed, or was it just avoided?
Sometimes it would be avoided, sometimes you get punished for it.
So they would not answer the question. And she just looked
Yes,
at Toshi and leaned back in her chair and just
mostly
deeply
avoided,
sigh.
yes.
I realize that we are a bit off topic. Toshi, I apologize, but I do not understand. I look forward to them meeting our champion of ravines who uses bardic magic. And I look forward to them telling a champion of the gods that he cannot use his magic within their walls.
Please do tell me their reactions.
Gladly. And she'll just like pull her elven stone out like long enough and tuck it away. Like he's gonna get the tea. He's gonna get the tea when it happens.
You see, he nods his head over to this corner, and you see a little bit smaller, the same kind of stand that you saw in Shinya's office with that giant blue sphere. Though it's a little bit smaller, but you can definitely tell it's the same kind of stone.
He's got the landline.
He has a landline versus a cell phone. At least that you know
Oh
of.
my god.
So yeah, the bigger elven transpondent stones, which is what Sienna holds up. It is a blue stone with gold sort of veining throughout it, and it enables the elven network. And there are landline versions, like the one that kind of looks like a globe over off to the side where Toshi has, and then there are smaller versions like what Sienna carries, and it allows you to think of something that you want to, a message you want to send to someone, and it sends everything you have to think about that to that person instantly as soon as you decide to activate it. Only elves are able to activate it, and Sienna will hold up her arm. If I was explaining this in character, I'm sorry. Realizing I'm out of the accent, it's not helping. The elves or anyone who has one of these cords, and Ignacio has one. Ignacio is human, and I have elven lineage. In fact, I might lend you mine, Elery, so that you have the ability to use it as well. But in any case, I don't know if I can do that. She kind of looks at Toshi like, actually, is that bad to lend a cord to somebody?
Actually, once handed one, it's actually quite recommended that the person that it was given to holds on to it.
Ooh.
Mines, I will not try to share, but if you need to send anything, we have the means. Anyway, the point being that we have a way to get information because of this, and I can tell Toshi that you have one of the much larger versions here in your place of business.
He looks at the armband and looks at Elery, noticing that she is lacking said armband.
She came into our party just back in Avona, we had a lovely individual, Warforged, who was also giving one of these bands, but he had a personal emergency and had to leave. So Elery was kind enough to join us as a new frontliner since, well, we have a bard, a cleric, and an artificer. Not many people that can get in the face of anything big. So Elery was kind enough to take up that mantle for us.
I do recall you saying
Leaves her arms up a little bit,
like the
staring right back
the
at Toshi.
push up from underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I recall you saying Kavoria.
Yes, apologies. Kavoria joined us in Kelen on our way here. So she came to us through Evona. Actually, Kavoria, Elery, correct me if I'm wrong, you and Kavoria all know each other from way back.
We are familiar.
Right. Kavoria is a paladin, so you do have two frontliners.
That she's. We've only been in one battle so far, but we made it. We can't complain. A Dynamax? Was that the right? She looks at Serephina. Was that the right thing? And Elery is like, a Dynamax? Was that what it was?
Yes.
Mhm.
Weaker than what you would usually see.
Yay, you're learning new words. I'm saying that out of character, I'm sorry.
You're good.
A Dynamax.
My father said that they are normally desert dwelling
Yes.
creatures.
It's been within the past 50 years that they've been arriving in the forests.
How would they even make that journey? I don't. I guess they walk, obviously. Sorry, it's a stupid question, but
No,
it's odd.
it's not stupid, and yes, it is odd. You
It's
said
a
it was
good
a
question.
weaker.
Yes.
Yes.
That might have been the one that we've been trying to track. Actually, that brings up a good point. On the east side of Durlin, we have 3 more that have been attacking travelers.
Oh no. And she'll look to Elery and Serephina. I imagine that we could help with that. I have one thing on my list for our lovely. Hang on, I remember, aka I wrote it down. Somewhere. See, where is she? I'm sorry. Granny Chio. I have something on my list for Granny Chio, but and she'll just sort of gesture to Elery and Serafina, not wanting to fully take it on, but like, if the group is willing, we would need to consult with Ignacio and Cavallia, but I can imagine we can help with that.
Of course.
Yes. Most definitely.
Yes. In which inn are you staying at?
That is a great question. And my coffee is still kicking in. Do you remember, Serafina?
I don't. Oh, shoot.
Do you remember, Elery? I'm sorry. Yes.
Savorians 1 or Savorians 2?
It's across the street. It was a very nice walk.
Across.
2. Okay. Perfect. That way I can tell you exactly where to look.
Okay, thank you.
When you walk in, there's a bit of wall just kind of around the corner a little bit that has a big board. You all are free to help with any of the quests on it.
Oh. Is there a guild in town then?
Kind of ran by yours truly. Though a lot of the ones that are still on the board are the ones that no one is willing to take.
Those are the fun ones. Sienna just get like truly mischievous grandly. That means they're going to be fun.
The Dynamarks one has been there for a couple of years. We have to keep putting it back up because, unfortunately, more travelers keep perishing to their poison.
Do you know of a place in town that might sell antidotes?
Yeah, Victory Values. They're our general store around here. They have magical items, magical potions, food, armor, you name it.
All right. We'll be sure to stop by.
Yeah. Ran by the twins, Victor and Victoria.
There's no way that wasn't confusing for them growing up.
Absolutely not. Thankfully, the only way they could tell each other apart was one was obviously a girl and one was obviously a boy.
That did not help them before the age of, in this world,
No.
60.
No, really not. And it's quite funny because they're quite identical, other than the fact.
I look forward to meeting them. Usually, people who go through something like that growing up they have their own brand of humor that I personally quite enjoy.
And they definitely have that humor to this day.
That is good. Humor keeps us human. Well, human is the wrong word.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
People as opposed to just husks.
Yes. I know what you mean. In recent years, Victor has been declining.
I'm sorry to hear that. I take it quite aged then.
No. They're quite young.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
They're only in let me see if I can remember that. They're only in the 500s. So
That is very young.
it is very young.
Do have any of the local healers, do they have any idea why?
Zashi, who I swear he does more than he ought to, but Zashi and Hideko, his sister. I will put it in Roll20 chat for his sister's name. Both of them are quite skilled healers, and even they can't figure it out.
Maybe we can talk to them and with the willingness and permission, of course, and see if we can potentially figure it out. It's outside my wheelhouse, but
Yeah.
you just backing up because my brain likes to go down different tangents, and I apologize. My
It's fine.
tangents are not always helpful. We started talking about the champion's weapons. You mentioned a couple of places where you were quite confident that they were, which
Yes.
was Aldno and Vufalia, which is extraordinarily helpful. Thank you. My father informed me that there would be a lot of information here. My guess is not just related to the task at hand, but if we are to research this, where is the best place for us to start? Besides Aizawa Manor, of course, but I mean, is there a library that goes back to times around when the gods had to go behind the veil?
He takes a moment, grabs a piece of parchment, and quickly jots down 7 names, including Aizawa. He jots down. Let me get to the right screen here. He jots down Aizawa, Choji, Duraman, Kagamine, Yagami, and Yamada.
Okay.
Aizawa, of course, is already being taken care of. And technically Yamada. But seek out the other council members. They have their own varying information.
Alright. Is there a more appropriate protocol for visiting the council members other than showing up at your doorstep at 9 a.m.?
I know for Choji and Yagami, prior knowledge is best. German, Kagamine, and Yamada you can always find out and about in the city.
Alright, and she would just ask. It doesn't have to be RP necessarily, but she would just ask for like a map to be pointed, to have some places marked where they can find the council members. So Sienna would just ask for do you have a map? I'm sure that there's one at the general store, but it would be helpful to sort of know where to go for each of these people.
He reaches in another drawer and pulls out a city map.
Amazing. Thank you.
Of
God
course.
bless the cartographer. Wow, this is really hard to say in this accent. God bless the cartographers.
We did this to ourselves.
We really did.
Yes.
I thank you so much for your time and your openness, and just it is a pleasure to meet you. And I look forward to working with you.
Of course.
Thank you for welcoming our group. Serephina, Elery, do you have any? I've been arguing the conversation a bit. I'm sorry. Do you have anything you wish to ask before we take our leave?
I can't think of anything. Thank you again, Toshi. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Of course.
You are generous with your time. Thank you.
One other question.
Of course.
Is there a place we are all very new, at least I've been to Berlin before, but we were here on business and we did not have time. I believe we're going to be spending at least a couple of days. And is there a good place for a vantage point over the city?
You're standing inside of it.
Oh.
And she kind of like she's gonna have a moment where she like looks around the walls. It's like
You see him just point up.
Is that something that we can do? I do not wish to just climb atop your home without your permission.
Feel free.
Thank you.
A lot of the council chambers are up in the tree. My home. This, of course, down here is just my place of work, but feel free to climb around the outside.
Thank you. This tree is remarkable, by the way. It is what is it? Obviously, it's a tree, but it seems special. So
You watch as he waves his hand, and in a very similar fashion as Shinya, a flower appears on his desk.
she fully just like does the like sit up like but it's not her dad, so she's not going to like leap onto his desk the way she did before. But she's definitely like, you're worried.
And then you watch as on each and every one of your heads, flower crowns appear.
Oh.
That never gets old. How do you do this? I can build so many things out of metal. Organic building is amazing. How do you do this? And engineer brain is on, diplomat is off. She wants to know everything, but she also knows we're on short time. And so is he.
That is for another time.
Understood. Thank you. These are beautiful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that besides the besides your Dora problem? Are there any other? Obviously, we will look at the board, but is there anything that the council did not post to the board that we might help with in our time here?
Not that I know of currently.
Alright.
Seek out the names I told you in their homes. They may have more personal versions of their quests.
Understood. Are any of the council members associated with specific crimes, like, I don't know, Sunara?
Funny you should ask. The 7 families, council families, each represent a different god.
Which one does the Yagi? Oh, I should. This is. That was a stupid question. That was Duraga. No, hold on. Durania. Sorry.
Durania.
Durania.
Not only is my family, my family's kind of more neutral, but we are long followers of Durania anyways. The Aizawas represent Durania.
Really?
Yes.
I would have expected Ravines, given Ignacio's connection.
No.
Alright.
If you're staying in the inn that's just across the way, that is the Kagashi family. They are devout followers of Revens.
Alright.
The Choji are devout followers of Dorag. The Yamadas are of Shmala. Kagamine are Zoot. Doramin is Fortune. And Yagami is Sunara. Although I don't know how much Cece follows her now.
She'll kind of furrow her brow and lean in a little bit. It seems like there's more there. That's it will not pressure you. It's do we know why?
Cece and her husband Mistrin were on their way home from killing about 20 years ago. Dynamarks attacked. Cece tried her hardest to get him back here. He ended up perishing.
Sienna would look really sad, and she would repeat the phrase from the sword. Faith and trust binds all. It is hard to lose faith, you lose trust when your gods do not come through for you the way that you would hope.
She didn't turn after that, well, because of her husband perishing. It's her poor son. He blames his mother. After so many years of being not necessarily yelled at, but for the lack, yelled at by her son for letting his father die. It took a toll.
Of course. Is the son, and there's a devious idea brewing in Sienna's brain. Is the son proficient in any sort of fighting?
I don't know how much he's kept it up in these past couple of years, but he knows how to swing an axe or two.
All right. What is his name?
Momo.
Momo?
Momo Jean is his full name, but
There is a part of me that wonders how much he understands exactly what his mother was faced with. And if he wishes to understand that better and get revenge or some sort of closure for losing his father, perhaps he can accompany us when we go looking for them.
you can try to convince him, but his uncle has been having a good influence on him. Castron. Castron's been teaching him the ways of farming. So I cannot guarantee that he would be willing to pick up an axe again. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't.
It's understandable. I wish to offer the option if nothing else, but there's no pressure there. It is not my trauma to heal.
I will say you can often find Cece at the Durlin storehouse. She runs the storehouse. It's where we keep most of our grains and whatnot to store for winter.
And she'll smile and look over at Elery, knowing that stocking storehouses is very much Elery's wheelhouse. Elery knows a thing or two about that.
Indeed.
He looks you over, Elery, and can see the telltale signs of a hunter. Our hunters would probably enjoy having someone go with them every once in a while. Only if you're up for it.
You are in need. Meat, pelt, supplies of some kinds.
We are getting into the winter months.
It is a very big city.
You won't be alone. We do have a good guild of hunters, but an extra hand wouldn't hurt.
Where would they be at the storehouse?
Yes, actually, our hunters guild runs out of the storehouse. Cece runs the hunters guild, along with, they just recently had a handover. Kyoga. Kyoga Kagamine. He is the head of the hunters that go out.
Sort of the same positions that my father satisfies. It's a ranger, so it's probably not the same as the hunters, but more.
A little bit different. This is more of in a sense, yes, but a little bit different.
Elery, would you like to go visit one?
I do not mind aiding in any way if it is needed. I am I'm a very good hunter, and I could help in as much as I would be allowed.
Mm. Absolutely.
Of course. You all of a sudden hear a little knock on the door. Master Toshi. Of course. I do have other meetings I've got to get to.
Very well. Thank you again for your time.
Yes, of course.
Start to move.
Torino opens the door. I'm sorry to cut this short, but it's time for your next appointment. Yes. Tell Councilman Choji I will be up there shortly. I will mention to Councilman Jellica that you are seeking an audience, and she'll get with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
Toshi.
should be at the inn, as far as I know. Sorry, Serephina, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just thinking Toshi is all.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Torino. Torino gives a nod and a little bit of bow and open, like, kind of motions for you to leave.
Do we help? Do we go up the? He said, "Feel free to go outside on the house." So I'm assuming we shouldn't try to climb up the tree from the inside.
No.
Given the amount of official proceedings, but we can go to the top of the tree outside. Based on what he said.
I need everybody to roll perception checks, please.
Mm.
Dirty 20.
Hell yeah. 18.
You all hear. Konnichiwa!
All right.
Do y'all rush out?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I think I know what this is. Sienna rushes through the door and is ready to defend the suits of armor.
You
sounded like kids.
You see, actually, as you are running in, you see this four-legged dog-like creature run in. You see it's black with some light gray patterns, and on its front right paw, all the way up its right side and down its back, or left side, excuse me, even lighter gray runes. Chio is standing there and it's like, Psycho,
What is it, dear? Konnichiwa, we need your help at the Aizawa Manor. Clarana's gone into labor.
Oh.
and that's where we'll end this.
Oh wow.
Damn.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
That was great.
Okay. Okay.
But I want to see the baby.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the baby.
I guess you'll just have to wait and see.
We'll just have to
Okay.
keep playing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You all right there, Elery?
Ellery is a little overwhelmed.
I bet
There's a lot happening.
there's a lot happening. Y'all just finished talking with High Elder Yagi. You heard this voice run in going, Granny Chio, quickly! And you all ran out and saw this dog-like creature with runes on its left paw going all the way up and down its back. Black in color. The runes are a light gray. And you see Chio turn over. Oh, Seko! What is it, my dear? Clarana's gone into labor. We need help. Hurry! Granny Chio immediately is like, oh, it's about time for the twins to be born. Oh, I'm on my way. And rushes. Oh, at the Aizawa Manor. If you want to come, come. Oh, this is a glorious day. And she rushes off.
And Sienna motions for Serephina and Elery. I guess we follow. I mean, they were going to the Aizawa Manor anyway. We might as well go there. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
There's
So
more.
then she'll just run. Just her little.
All right. Are you all running after?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Flip over. We're gonna go to the second level view. But you guys are down at the bottom. Down here. Down at the gate. And as you're running up to the gate, you see another male elf standing there. Long black hair, red eyes. He's just kind of rushing up himself, and he sees Chio be like, oh, Chio, you're here, great. And she's like, yes, it is a very, very wonderful day. Seko, go ahead, lead us the way. And you all rush in, and you see standing at a landing of sorts, a female elf, blonde hair. Psycho immediately runs up to her, and she gives a scratch on the head and be like, good girl, Psycho. Brother, Granny Chio, it's time. And she looks over and she notices you other three. Sho immediately rushes upstairs and into the bedroom. Chio is not far behind.
I believe I will stay here. If what I think is happening, I do not need to be in that room.
No worries.
Seraphina could probably help.
It's true.
Actually, why don't you all come upstairs and sit with our other guests?
Of course.
Alright.
By the way, I am a cleric, so if there's any help needed as possible, I can gladly help.
Oh, of course. And she leads you to this door and opens it up and allows you to enter. And you see Ignacio and Kavoria sitting in the room together.
Oh.
Oh. Hello. I did not
Lagging behind, taking everything in. Okay, let's start.
I did not expect to see you over here.
We heard that there was a commotion at the Aizawa Manor and followed Granny Chio this way. It was not planned, but hello, good to see you as well.
Good to see you. You watch as the dog comes in and just lays down by the fire. And his echo.
Has Sienna ever seen a dog like
No.
that with rooms and everything?
Nope. This
I've never
is...
seen a dog like that with rings.
You have not seen... Actually, Elery, go ahead and roll me a history check, as well as Serephina.
Oh, great.
Wait, why me?
That awesome intelligence modifier. Here we go.
You got this.
Why am I rolling? What? I'm so
History.
confused.
She does not got
Rolling
this.
history to see if you have seen one of these dogs before.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Let's fucking go!
let's go.
We're in the
Actually,
extremes,
Back.
baby, from a natural
Back.
to a natural 20.
the rest of your party has arrived at the Aizawa Manor.
All right.
Actually, both of you, Elery, you have seen one in passing, but it was a different color. Serephina, you know exactly what this creature is, because there are a couple in Captoria, which is very weird because of the type of magic that this creature uses. This is a Kirin.
This creature is called a Kyorin.
Oh. When Sienna turns to it, them, she, he,
She.
she, and just says, "Forgive me, I don't believe I've ever encountered someone like you." And she'll just sort of awkwardly stretch her hand out.
Psycho will go over and sniff your hand. And then, you know how cats, when they kind of accept you, put their head under your hand? Kind of dogs do the same way as well. She does that.
And she'll just pet her and give her ear scratches and. Oh, you're very friendly. It is nice to meet you.
The reason I hate my name because I heard cat and I was like, I don't remember doing that.
Yes, when you meet people you like, you lift up their hands and put them on your head. So that Elery is going to crouch, keeping, hands kind of tucked inside her person. But she's going to crouch in that very curious, childlike kind of pose, just tilt her head every so often, just kind of staring at Psycho and taking in details.
Psycho
Sienna would
walks
gesture
up to you.
Yeah, Sienna would gesture to Elery and say, "That is my friend Elery," and sort of let her go.
Yeah, she'll sniff at you. And then gives you a lick on the cheek.
Is that good?
Kavoria
And
nods.
that's good.
That's very good.
That's good, yeah.
That's good, very good.
Hello?
I take it the speaking spell has worn off.
It
Like,
has.
Psycho's not speaking anymore.
It has.
Okay.
You actually noticed while you were running, the runes glow again, and then it glowed a little bit. It glowed bright and then faded, and that was kind of signaling the end of the spell.
Okay.
Yeah, Ellery's gonna go ahead and reach out a hand and do a couple of pets over the top of the head, and then try to investigate some scritches in the ears.
You
maybe
watch
under
as
the jaw,
Psycho
or-
goes on her back and puts her paws up and allows you to scratch her belly.
just do a full back around the limbs and back around the legs and up into the belly and kind of up everywhere, and just putting to use what she's seen about this creature in passing, but also any sort of comparable creature that she may have seen before, and just trying this and trying that, and and just totally gets lost in
Yeah.
this for a second, and just has a little grin on her face, and not saying anything, not cooing or anything, just petting.
Mm-hmm.
Sienna would walk over to Serephina and whisper in. Well, she would gesture for her to come closer so she could whisper in her ear.
Down here.
Yeah, down here, Serephina.
Serephina.
Oh, for some reason it wasn't working. Okay. I did say that Seraphina was getting on her knees, close to both of them,
Oh,
Elery and Sienna.
Awesome. Sienna would lean in to Serephina and just say, "Didn't you say that you wanted a puppy at some point? Have you had a chance to interact with dogs like this before?"
She tried. She starts to tear up.
Sienna just grabs both of your cheeks.
She goes,
Like the flat palms to cheeks and just says, "Stay with me." It's
she
okay."
goes, I've always wanted a puppy, but my grandfather told me to kill them.
Well, don't kill this one. This one is very nice.
Well, I don't want to kill it.
It's good. It's important. You shouldn't. But you can pet him. Have you ever had a chance to do that?
No.
Okay, come with me. And then she'll put a hand out and try to walk you over.
A tear rolls down her cheek as she's going towards the dog.
So yeah, Sienna would sort of drag Serephina over. Drag or encourage or nudge, however this goes. And
It's okay, Seraphina. Deep breaths.
And
Psycho
Sienna would just
is-
turn to Psycho.
Psycho is very friendly, don't worry.
Yes, this is my friend Serephina, Psycho.
Hello.
Psycho.
Hold your hand out, Serephina. Let him sniff you. Let her sniff you.
She doesn't hesitate, but she holds her hand out, and she's a little wobbly.
Psycho does the whole back on her feet, and then comes over, sniffs your hand, and then does the same as she did to Sienna. Puts her head against your hand.
Seraphina starts to cry.
She's
like-
soft, isn't she?
She's so soft.
She's so soft.
She really wants to hug this dog and go, "I love you."
I mean, I've never met a big dog that I didn't want to hug, personally as Mel.
I mean, do you?
Truth.
Yeah, I was like,
No, so Seraphina, do you? Do you hug her?
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Psycho gives you a little lick on your cheek as you hug her.
Sienna just smiles and pats your shoulder.
Elery watches all of this very attentively, really taking in the interaction between both Psycho and Serephina, and doesn't say anything, but is really paying attention to what's going on, considering what she has just heard recently.
Makes sense.
Well,
Sienna would scoot over to Cavoria and Ignacio while Serephina and Psycho are petting, hugging all of the things, and just ask, "So, how are things going here?"
It's going fine right now. I'm writing a prayer, a rite to a new life
Oh,
for the infant.
intense.
So what?
The twins that are being born.
Oh, okay.
You're with a dog right now. It's totally understandable.
I love the what?
Yes, Zashi said that their family has been in a drought recently.
And As in, no water?
More of they've been wanting more children, and the gods haven't blessed them.
Oh,
But
This is a happy occasion.
It
then.
is. Twins among elves is very rare. And they're having twins.
Sienna just nods. That's wonderful. Were you able to have much of a conversation before, I suppose, something happens? I'm not good with kids.
Yes, Hey, Ignacio? Did you want to tell them what we found out?
I think it would be best if you told them. I'm very sorry, Kavoria. I'm still writing down the right.
Of course. You keep writing. Yes, we found out the locations of the champion's weapons.
All of them?
All of them. Well, at least the general locations.
I mean, that's much better than what we had before.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Very, very much so. We did find out that if we're going to find his weapon, we would definitely need to go to Zochikokan. I know.
I Sienna groaned at the same time as Ignacio. Based on what she heard.
I sincerely hope I do not run into... I suppose I can tell you about her after I'm done writing this.
Is that
Because me and this other person have a history, and it's not a good one. It's actually she's actually one of the reasons why I refuse to go back, even though I have family there.
Understandable. Perhaps we, well, you keep writing your rights. We'll discuss a plan later. But she sort of puts her hand to one corner of her mouth and to Kavoria only. Is maybe we disguise him as somebody else?
sounds like a...
It's an idea.
Yeah.
No, again, it's more of I hope I don't see this person. Because
Okay.
I don't know what I will do.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well,
Fair enough.
let's discuss that later. You keep writing. Of course, Akira, Champion Akira has her weapon already. And then we also found out the information for Gerania's weapon, in Wolfalia.
Wolfalia?
Yes. The Shiltako pack, I believe, is, if I remember correctly, what the, what Sashi said.
All right. And Sienna would actually just gesture to Elery to come join the huddle. This is come on.
Yeah.
We are talking
Elery.
about the information that's Ignacio.
Yes, there's room on this couch, and Kavoria will scooch closer to Ignacio to allow room for Elery.
Well, don't worry yourself. Stepping on this.
Serephina will stop hugging the dog.
But Elery has spent not being a part of the conversation, but she was very distracted for a bit there, paying attention to Serephina and Psycho. But she'll move and take a seat next to Kavoria.
Sienna just kind of sits on the floor. She's very happy there.
We know that one is in Captoria City, excuse me. On Captoria. That's Suit's weapon, the God of Fire.
Okay.
Alexander City in Fulton for Fortune's weapon.
What was he? Alexander.
City. in Volton.
Would I know what that is? Would Sienna know what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
You would exactly know that it is the home city of Dimitri.
Perfect. And that was for which god?
Fortune.
Fortune. Yep, that makes sense. Okay.
Shmala's weapon is in Suru village, in Skitori. And Sunara's weapon is in Leforana city, in Konomiya.
Konomiya. Okay.
Although
When we get back to the inn, I have a rough map. Maybe we can sort of plot these out and see what travel plans make sense when it becomes time.
Ow.
Yeah. We also know that he did mention the locations. Oh, excuse me, the locations of 2 more champions.
Oh,
Oh.
interesting.
Sashi mentioned one of them was close.
Sienna just like looks up. What did he mean close?
I don't know.
Huh. All right. Sorry, I'm still writing. So Shmala is in. Oh, I should do this in character. So Shmala's weapon is in Suru village in Skitori.
Yes.
Who was in La Forana?
Sonaras.
Sonata. All right. So I have Jorania, Zut, Fortune, Smala, Sunara. Darog, of course, is taken care of, so that leaves 3. And I just maybe wasn't writing fast enough.
Revens. I did say that someone in Zoshikokan knows about the location, but we do know that it's on the continent of Aldno. No.
Aldno. In
I don't know.
Zochika Valley, I believe it was.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay.
As for precise location, that's when he told us that someone in Zoshikokan knows.
All right. So that sounds like it is the closest from what I can see.
Yeah.
But
True.
I know there's much information to gather here.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Uravin, so that it leaves 2, or that's all of them?
That's all of them.
All right. Whew. This is a big job.
Yes.
And Sienna would turn to Elery and just try to gauge if Elery is following or if we should explain more about what these mean.
She is attentive in as much as she can be. There's detail in there that is like clearly gone over her head. I'm DM. I'm assuming that these like are actual like globes here in the room on either side of us.
There's actually
Or
not
those just, like,
one
tables or
here.
whatever? Okay.
But this right here is a globe.
Okay. So as the conversation has been going on and these other locations have kind of been building up, Elery has eyeballed the globe and is just kind of like looking at it as though realizing how much bigger the world is around her than she kind of expected. So there's that that overwhelm that you get with like pertinent new information. And she goes from eyeballing the globe and then just makes direct eye contact with you, Sienna, and not wholly confidently, like nods at you, but trusts, I guess.
Sienna gives a nod back. I would just say, once we have a chance to point at all of the locations on the map, it'll be a bit easier. This is really spread out, though. That's not good news for our timeline.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I appreciate your confidence, if nothing
Wait.
else.
Ignacio.
got a timeline?
Your faith.
Ignacio, while you are sitting there writing, you get this strange feeling, but you don't know what it means.
I am going to check on the infants if they are born yet. Knock on the door.
Good luck. Sienna's just like, like she's like, does that thing where you tuck your chin back and like, good luck.
Serephina would like to go with him just to see if they're in need of any assistance.
Okay.
Okay, as I'm walking, I will stop at the door, take a deep breath in,
Oh shoot!
and would knock.
As you knock, you hear the sounds of two babies crying.
Aww.
And just at that moment, Chio opens the door.
Oh, I was just on my way to get you.
We can't on them.
May I see them?
Yes, come. Come on in.
And you see Sho is holding one, and Zashi is holding the other. Clarana is just kind of trying to relax in the moment. Oh. Welcome in. I guess we should introduce you. This is Samara. Sho is the one speaking at the moment. This is Samara. And this is Tainori. Zashi holds up the one he's holding.
Look at them.
He gives a soft, gentle smile. If I may see them both, though, feel free to carry them.
Of course. Zashi and Sho walk over.
You can stop me whenever you feel like.
Go right on ahead.
Samare, Tainori. Little ones, children of the earth, new to the breath of life. Your path is set within the tomb, a path to death. Life will wound you, fill you with sorrow, but always remember, the sun will rise, bringing tomorrow. Silence your cries and close your eyes. Life will seek your strength. Death will not. For what use does death need strength? Live, children newly born, for life is forlorn. When your time comes and shadows fall, I, champion of ravens, will heed your call. He closes his book and says, that is my culture's way of saying welcome to life. Though yes, life is hard and you will get hurt, know that there will always be people there to help you. no one is truly ever alone.
Mm-hmm.
Samari, Tainori, though my words may not reach you now, know that you are in good hands. And if not, and if fate has other plans for the two of you, seek me out. I shall take you under my care, if needed.
You see a little smile appear on both of their faces. The little ones in their arms.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like they sensed it.
Smart children they are. I feel like my message has gotten through to them.
Yes, I believe it has.
They're absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Clarana did most of the work, but
She did amazing as well.
I believe that the twins will have both of your hands full.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that.
I hit the wrong button. Shush.
Okay,
My
moving
She's
on.
fine.
God.
She's fine. Don't worry.
Don't drop the kids. Oh, damn.
She's sleeping peacefully. Deco comes forward. I shall go make sure that things are getting taken care of in the nursery.
Mhm.
And she'll head out. Chio is sitting over there smiling.
The gods have definitely blessed this family. I will make sure that Elder Yagi gets the information. Samara, Aizawa, and Tainori, Aizawa. Born on... Oh, what is today? Oh.
Today is actually Tentani the 4th, 1682.
Mhm.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Alright, I think it is fair to say we should let the family rest.
Of course.
Sounds good to me.
Alright. Shoo! Shoo, shoo, shoo!
Okay, I'm going.
We're going. Ah, shit.
As Chio walks out, she closes the door behind her. And just scurries down the stairs and out. Well,
It went well.
so I'm assuming they arrived safely.
They have.
Mhm.
That is wonderful news.
I'll be honest. I was actually very concerned if they would take my right with hostility, but oddly enough, they didn't.
They were absolutely precious.
Well, after all, Gerania and Revens are twins, so there should be hardly any animosity between those who worship.
Mhm.
It seems a relatively open-minded city from the limited experience I've had in the last, 3 hours?
Yes.
Well, shall we adjourn to the tavern? Recoup our thoughts? Or
Yes.
is there more we need to do here?
I don't see why not.
All right. I need to make a quick stop at the Yagi Manor. I have something to run by them, but I will be along in no time.
Of
Hmm.
course.
Serephina's
need
home
someone-
with you. Oh, sorry.
As you all step out, you do
Nothing.
see Hideko. You said champion of events, right?
Yes.
There's someone else that you should see. Someone who's been waiting for the champion.
That depends. Is this person friend or foe?
Friend. It is the high priestess of the Raven Temple here.
High Priestess Raven?
Of the Ravens. Her name is Lumira. She should be located at the Raven's Respite.
Okay.
She had a dream. And it's been troubling her.
I'll go see what I can do.
Thank you.
Was Hideko in the room with the group when she said that?
No, she's out in the hallway.
Okay.
But the doors are open.
Sienna would just mumble, not thinking it's loud enough to hear necessarily, but she would definitely mumble. Lots of bad dreams going around these days.
Hideko then heads back over to the nursery.
Riven's sanctuary? That's not right. What is it? What was
The
it?
Raven's Respite.
The Ravens Respite. Got it. Okay.
Not the Raven.
You hear a call from downstairs. Are you all coming?
On the way.
Yes. Sorry, was enjoying the doggo again.
Psycho immediately just leaves.
Priorities. Yeah, Elery will wait for the room to exit at large before she follows with the rest of the group,
Okay.
taking up the rear.
It's all right, Serephina.
Can we get a dog?
I'll be right back real quick.
Okay.
We can absolutely look into it, I'm sure.
Yay!
Oh man. All right. And thinking about it, actually, Sienna wouldn't have had time to jot anything down yet, so we can just go back to the tavern.
See.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that.
Ignacio and Quavoria will mat up on their horses and head back We'll say we'll all go to the tavern first,
Mm-hmm.
just
Okay.
for ease.
Okay.
And I will direct you 3.
Did Ignacio share, or would Ignacio have shared that he got a weird feeling?
You never asked him, so he doesn't really have the reason to say.
Rip.
Fair. I just don't know if there would have been like a facial expression to trigger me asking, you know? But that's fair.
You can ask him right now.
Yep. You all make it back to the tavern and sit back down at that same table.
Ignacio,
Yes.
do you have a moment?
By all means, I have all the time in the world.
Come with me to the bar for maybe more coffee or something?
Okay.
She's walking just with Ignacio and just says, as soon as they're out of earshot of the table, I noticed you got a bit of a look on your face when you were in the room just before you gave the rights to the newborns. Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is quite fine. It's I talked to Kavoria about this, so I don't mind sharing about what happens in Xochicalcan. He'll just sit down on a stool.
Yeah, Sienna's doing the same.
It's an ex-lover of mine that I just really, really do not want to see ever again.
I take it it's ended poorly between you.
I found letters. That was all. I found letters and I confronted them about it. Let's just say that that breakup was one of the worst I've ever had.
I'm sorry. That does not sound good. You don't deserve bad things like that.
Betrayal is one hell of a thing.
Vitriol? Is that what I heard?
Betrayal.
Betrayal. Okay. Betrayal. It is. You're not kidding. I wasn't sure what was troubling you, and if it was that, I apologize.
No, you're fine. As for my family, they're okay.
That is good. That is good. You haven't been back to Xochicalcan until since this breakup?
Actually, I think it's been like 5 years.
Oh. That's around the time that you were in university, if I recall correctly.
Yes, it has been that long.
Fair enough. Well, if there's anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask, even if it's just blowing off some steam. Very good for that.
Speaking of blowing off some steam, I got a request for you.
Oh, by all means.
It's a little childish, but it
I
will.
specialize in it.
But it will put a great big smile on my face.
All right.
You see, she hates the color black. I don't know why, but she hates the color black.
Oh.
I want you to go over to their house. I'll point it out. To go over to their house, and when their laundry is all going outside drying up, cover it in ink.
Done. Absolutely done. I very much look forward to this.
You know,
We'll
even
make sure
better.
it's a good strong black. It's not purple. None of that air-fast shit. We make it black.
Yes, painted black.
Somewhere there's a rock song that starts playing. Da, 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 da. I would be happy to. let's do it, huh? And she'll cheers him with a cup of water. I think is probably what she'd be drinking right now.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Bullshit.
Shall we get back to the group?
Yes.
Ignacio, should we get back to the group?
But there's also another thing.
Oh, forgive me. Yes.
But it's a bit too far, I feel like.
Try me.
It involves the lover. Her lover.
Current lover or?
Current lover, yes.
Alright, so not the one that wronged you, the person that is with the one that wronged you.
Exactly.
Alright.
I want to test this man's loyalty. Let's see how strong it is. Is it as strong as hers? Or is it fragile?
What
Brittle,
do you have in
even.
mind?
Well, it involves Serephina.
Alright.
No shit.
But no, nothing risque is going to happen unless she's up for it. But then
That's not what.
that's up to
That's
her.
not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
But if
you are not in your shot.
if she wants to go far with it, then by all means go far with it. But hey,
Listen, I said, oh no. Why the flip are you questioning me?
And we are out of earshot of you.
Well, no, I was just saying that out of character.
Oh, gotcha.
But-
You're like, why are you going after me?
I want to see. I know this man, his favorite
Mhm.
color, and his type of woman.
Mhm.
Oddly enough, and Serephina just happens to fit the description. All we need to do is give her a nice pink frilly dress with a bunch of arrays of bows and butterflies.
What the fuck?
Oh, I can so make this happen. There's a magical item called a cap of disguise, and I just so happen to know how to make one.
Perfect.
I'm terrified.
Serafina has to agree to this, of course.
Of course.
But I
Again.
like it. I like the idea.
Again. Flirt, but don't actually lure it in. The fish has to come to
With
the
the
fisherman.
Phrasing, Ignacio, phrasing.
The fish
I
has to come to
mean-
the fisherman.
I mean, you might have to come, but you know.
There's, if you must, I guess. Sienna's just smile like you've been around her long enough to know her like devious, like, goofy grin, and she definitely is wearing that. This is all very exciting and fun, and she's fully on board.
A little. Then besides, I know we have a mission to do, but let's have a little fun with it.
You must have fun in everything that you do. If you're not, you're not really living. And if you're not really living, then what's the point of any of it?
Yeah, very good point.
I mean, after all, you mentioned that part of your job is to help people who have decided that living is no longer worth it. I would imagine that some of that is also what you have taught them. That there's always a little bit more life to live as long as you are drawing breath.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will have to do a very, very rough sketch of the dress, but
Alright.
other than that, I'll get back to you on it.
Perfect.
You know what? We're gonna talk. All five of us are gonna talk about it tonight. I want to make a plan.
I like it.
All right, let's go back to the table.
Sienna just laughs and walks away with the stein. I don't know if it's lunchtime or anything, but if it is reasonably time to order food, she would. If it's not, she wouldn't. She'll sit next to Serephina.
Ignacio would just sit down and just like happily look at Serephina.
Oh dear God, what did you do?
Oh,
Nothing yet.
nothing. Nothing yet.
How do you feel, my dear, about being part of a little prank?
I guess that would be okay. I don't know what you. You would have to tell me what it's about,
Very
honestly.
fair.
Okay,
And she'll just gesture to Ignacio.
Alright, so I'll tell you the reason why I do not like to go to Xochicalcan, my hometown. There's a woman who happens to be my ex-lover. She cheated on me with his fellow, who, must admit, he is a bit of... Well, he's unsavory. I don't want to really... I don't really want to shame this man, at least not yet. But let's just say he is not the very savory kind. I really want to test this. I really want to test the limits of male loyalty, especially with machismo men like him. And Serephina, my dear, you so happen to be his type.
Oh, I see.
Now I will say you do not have to bed him. Honestly, that's your choice. All you have to do all you have to do is flirt with him. Tease him a little. Let's see how that loyalty.
I can try.
Again, you know what? If it will help you, he'll then reach inside his pouch. I'll pay you 50 gold.
Oh, damn, that's a good payout.
Oh, actually, wait.
Yeah. You want to change that?
No, wait, no. I have 25 gold, but once I get to 25 more gold, I'll pay you.
It's an IOU. It's 25 gold and an IOU.
Kavoria just slips the other 25.
Let's go, Kavoria!
I'm interested in this.
I like this plan so much.
Oh, we're gonna do some hijinks? Okay, we're gonna do some hijinks.
We are so going to do some hijinks.
Alright, I'm in.
Again, it's up to you if you actually want to pursue it, but all I want you to do is to flirt and tease him. But if he actually does anything to you, you let me know and I'll kill the son of a bitch.
Of course.
Sienna definitely straightens a little bit looking at Ignacio. She doesn't want to give away that caught her attention, but if you were paying attention to her, you would catch it. And Serephina, and she just takes a moment and then looks back to Serephina and goes, and guess what? There is theoretically a pretty dress involved.
New dress.
Well,
Yeah, she's into it.
I guess. Alright. So, for the rest of our time in Darlene, there's much to do, much to go see. We received some information from the Yagi Manor earlier this morning. There were pretty much everybody on the city's council, apparently, would have some more information about each of the deities. It seems most of the deities are represented here. So there are some specific people to go see. Mel is looking through her notes, trying to find the right page.
I do know, I wrote one down. High Priestess of the Raven, Lumiere.
Yes, yes, that was one of them. And I mean, that's nearby, if I'm not mistaken, right? The Raven's Rest.
Yes.
Yes, and I do plan to go to that one first, and I'll reconvene to the three of you here.
All right. So the representative Zivot is spoken with one. Aizawa represents Giovannia in the city. Choji represents the Rag. Doromin represents Fortune. Kagamine represents Zut. Yagami represents Sunara. And Yagami actually, she'll point to Elery, runs the local Hunters Guild. So I look forward to going and visiting them. Yamada is Shmal, and Yagi is Jorania as well. She kind of like furrows her brow, like, and this is Mel going, did I write this down right?
You got it.
Yes. Okay. So at the very least, I think we need to visit those people. Oh, also, around here somewhere there is it is in the inn. I haven't looked for it yet, but there is a board where there are certain jobs that have payouts that we can take to earn a little bit of gold while we are here. I would imagine you'll be performing at some point, Ignacio, but we can also do these jobs. One of them is killing 3 or 4 more of the Dynamax that we encountered on the way in. Apparently, that one was quite injured, so it's going to be much harder. But
That's fine.
they have murdered, well, not murdered, they've killed travelers approaching the city, and so far, nobody has successfully dispatched of them.
I don't mind. Kovaria, you okay with killing a few Dynamarxes?
If it means it protects the city, of course.
I think it will make a difference. I hope. Apparently, quite a few travelers have. One of the people that we are going to go see, actually, Sisi, if I'm not mistaken. Momojin? Hard to tell. In my notes, they are quite sloppy. But Yagami, she lost her son.
Husband.
Sorry. She lost her husband. A male of some kind was lost from the family.
I remember hearing that story. Yeah, so it was her husband.
Yes.
And
You heard it.
I've only heard of it. No, while I was here in Durlin,
Oh, okay.
which was many years ago, and it's been that long.
Yes. Apparently, it's created a bit of a rift between her and her son. So I was actually, depending on if he is capable, with the group's consent, of course, thinking of offering for him to join us in the hunt. Little bit of retribution for his father.
Only if he wants to, but
Of course.
from what I heard from Kyrian, Momo doesn't like to fight. Not
Is he,
anymore.
Anymore?
He
She'll
got
just sort of tilt her head at Kavoria, like wanting to know more about that.
hurt pretty badly.
Oh.
Not by a Dynamax, by something else, but it scared him.
That's
Of course,
understandable.
that's what I've heard from Kiori. Who knows how much of it is true?
Good to know. Well, there are a lot of places to go, a lot of people to talk to. We can't use the same strategy we used this morning, if that's what worked fairly well, but also, I mean, we are traveling together. It makes sense to go to these places together.
Mm-hmm.
And Sienna's just looking around at everybody, making eye contact, sort of gauging. Any thoughts, any preferences on how we do this?
Not that I can think of.
Sienna nods.
I, of course, will follow wherever Ignacio goes.
Mm-hmm.
Sienna grins. Elery, Ignacio, any preferences for our time in Doreen?
Elery does a big swallow of the food she was eating, and looks around at the table. I am here to help you as much as you need me. I'm still learning many things, so I trust this group, and I will follow you until you do not need me anymore.
We are happy to
Oh.
have you.
Don't be silly. We'll always need you here.
Sienna puts her left arm around Serephina and just kind of like does that like squeeze and then the like shake that you do for somebody. Just kind of smiling at that. Well, I know that I have an idea for the Yagi Manor. I need to get this cleared by them. They have minor construction, I think, that we might be able to do. And then I need to go shopping for components for the spells that I have for more like in-town things. So maybe afternoon shopping, and then maybe we pick someone to go visit in the evening, or vice versa. I don't know.
I do have to get a couple things for my spells. A few components.
All right. Ignacio, what about you?
As I said before, I believe I'm going to the High Priestess of the Raven, who is Lumiere.
All right. Would you like to knock that out with Kavoria and we go do our shopping? And is there anything you need while we are out?
Now that you mention it, actually, no. You know what? No, and honestly, Kavoria, just hold on. Serephina,
Yes.
he'll close his book and says, "Here is 50% down payment on the prank." He'll give his 25 gold to Serephina.
She takes it.
That's 50% down payment, so I'll give you your other 50% if the thing is successful. If it's not, then hey, at least we had fun.
Right.
Either way, I am okay. I think I'm going to go to a tavern. Actually, you know what? After I go speak with Lumiere, I might go to a separate tavern to go perform
Good idea.
for some extra money.
Sounds good. Hopefully we can catch your set. We will see.
All right, Kavari, are you ready?
Of course.
All right.
Off we go.
Okay.
I get it.
Yep. I'm just making sure I am understanding correctly. Serephina, Sienna, and Elery are going to the markets.
Yes.
The Yagi
Yep.
Manor first.
Yagi
real
Manor
quick.
first. Okay.
Oh yeah, Yagi.
Got it. And Ignacio and Kavaria down to
Lumiere.
the Ravens respite. Okay. Who wants to go first?
Let's do the
You wanna
shopping
roll for
first. Let's do the shopping first. I insist.
Okay.
Oh, God damn.
Well,
What do
because I know that shopping episodes or shopping sections take quite a bit.
Whose
That's
fault is
why.
that?
It's y'all's for because y'all don't know what the fuck y'all want half the time.
Skill issue.
Damn, spirit.
Well, it's true.
No, you're not wrong. That's why it ups. If you were wrong, it would be easy to what's the word I'm looking for? It would
Retort.
be easy to deny. Yeah, or retort. Yes, it's a good word.
All right.
All right, fine. We'll figure out what the fuck we want.
All right.
I wish I could smack him, but I can't.
Yeah, you want to smack this pretty handsome face, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Not in front of Kavoria, you're not.
So, Sienna, Serephina, and Elery. Let me get you guys.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me get you guys in the right place. You guys arrive and you see Chio walking out, and she's writing something down furiously, but with a smile on her face.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead and chill.
Oh,
And Sienna will wave her down.
oh, yes. Hi.
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 Sorry, I was writing something for the paper.
Oh, that's okay. Is it for the buff announcement?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful.
This is actually our 6th set of twins. But first set, actually, no. 2nd set of elven twins here in the city. So
That's
it's a
wonderful.
wonderful day.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. That's good.
Yes.
I've been not to interrupt you, but I will be very quick. The armor problem that we discussed.
Oh, yes.
I have an idea, and she will hand Chio a scribbled card, and the card explains the idea, and I'll just read it. For my stream, you should be able to see it, but I'll pull it up here in a moment. But it's an item. It's a custom item made by Sienna, called Yagi Armor Stand, and it is unique reinforced armor that are specifically for the Yagi Tree Manor. Toya's ceremonial armor social gesture to the armor. These armor racks will be weighted at the bottom, reinforced, and magically and practically secured to the wall via magnets and a bit of spells. Each stand will have its own assigned set of armor, and it will match based on the Sylvan text that is scrawled into the armor. The rack attunes to its armor, and it prevents the armor from being knocked over or having anything taken off of it. And it will start a bit simple, and then I will upgrade it over the next week or so. But it will be able to do 3 things. One is it will, unless a command word is spoken, it will magically pick up and return a piece of armor that has been taken off of the stand to its assigned place. So let's say something happens and the helmet falls off. There will be a magic mage hand from the armor that will pick it back up and put it back. The second thing it will do is it will perform prestidigitation on the armor. It will clean it and polish it once per day, and that way you don't have to worry about it. It will be taken care of. And lastly, these stands will not be able to be moved without a very strong person, and they would basically have to be some sort of a barbarian in order to do it. But yes, magnets will secure it to the wall, and then there will be spell energy that needs to be deposited into the armor. It can be someone casting a very simple spell once a week, or if the Elder Yagi allows, of course, it could be wired, and she'll sort of put that in quotes, wired to the natural druidic mana that the tree. And she's like, she's talking too fast, which she always
You're
does when she
doing
gets
great,
into her
sweetie.
designs.
It's the
But yeah,
janitor's
she's
spell.
going and going and going. And she finally says, so yeah, that is the idea. The only problem is this will cost funds and I can start right away, but I wasn't sure if this would be something A, that you even want, or B, if it is something that you want, if you would be willing to contribute to the materials.
I think that is a wonderful idea.
Oh, and she'll turn because that wasn't Chio.
You see, standing off, Toshi and Torino, it almost like they were on their way to go do something and saw you guys again and just was listening.
Hello. Sorry to disturb. Just running an idea by Garnichio here.
I think it's wonderful.
And Sienna would just kind of like clasp her hands. This would be the first time either of you, I think, would have seen her super nervous. Because she hasn't done a lot of custom work for this journey so far. So this is something her being like, you like my idea? You know? So she'll take a folded piece of parchment. Granichio, if I may. And she would have handed it to Granichio. She just wants to
She
take
hands
it over
it
to
back.
them. Perfect. This is the design, and I listed the materials underneath it. 4 mundane armor racks, which should be available pretty much any market. Some reinforcement materials, usually just steel. The most expensive thing is the low-level spell rings that we will put the prestidigitation and the mage hand in for each of these, and then miscellaneous magnets and crystals and such. But I wasn't sure if would you be able to help reimburse. You don't have to give any funds now, but I can go to the market and then just bring you receipts.
We can definitely do the magical stuff here. I can probably take some time to. Actually, no, Torino, you should be able to do the enchanting of the rings, right? Torino's like, yeah, I can do it.
Perfect. Do you already have the rings to enchant, or do you need the materials?
I'll need the materials.
All right.
If you can just get the rings, I'll do the enchanting.
Amazing. That would save me time. I was planning on doing it. I'm less of a spellcaster, I would imagine, than you are. So thank you.
And I could possibly help with something I don't know what, but I could possibly help.
That would be amazing. It would be lovely to work with you. Sorry to intrude. Elery, she would look at Elery and Serephina. Unless you two have anything, we can be on our way.
I don't have anything on mine.
Elery just shakes her head.
Actually, now that you're here, I do have a bit of a quest for you and your party, if you are interested.
What is it?
How can we help?
He pulls out a city map that he has on his pocket, in his pocket. And he points up to the Yagami Gourd Gardens.
Okay.
There are some pests up there. Of course, Cece has her hands full with trying to get things ready for the harvest coming up in a couple of weeks. She can't deal with them. I was actually on my way to go post the quest myself in both the inns, but if you're here, I would love to give it to you first. You will be rewarded for your service.
And that would be amazing. And she would turn to Serephina and Elery and say, "What do you think? That sounds, depending on the pests, assuming it isn't anything too big."
No.
I don't mind.
This is fine.
All right. Yeah, we will take it. Thank you. Take it off your hands.
Perfect. I will go get everything together.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Where are you staying? I'll have either Chio or Torino bring by the quest noticed.
We are staying in the inn that is right across the way. Very, very, very close. She can never remember the name because I can never remember the name, but it's over there.
Savorian 2. Yeah,
Yes, that's one.
I found it odd when they brought in the idea for calling it Savorian 2, but you know.
You know, when you have a brand, you sometimes want to make it memorable. You put it in front of people more often. It's a whole marketing strategy.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Anyways. Well then,
Thank
I
you.
will go draw this up. I will see if there's anything else we can help with this.
Perfect. Thank you. And I will be back with materials and information, receipts, all of that. And we can come up with a plan. She'll look at Granny Chio. We can come up with a plan to work, depending on what time you are available.
Of course.
All right. Farewell, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It is time to shop.
Yes.
All right.
And you already have my list, DM. So if you want to just be like, "Yep," you go there and you get it. That's
Actually-
totally viable.
Actually, if you want to roleplay it,
Sure.
give
Hell yeah.
I mean, say less.
me
Let's do it.
one moment.
Work faster, DM.
Come on, DM.
You
You
only are
got this.
doing. You're only doing, 20 things at one time at any given time.
Right?
How could you possibly be behind?
Right?
Elery is doing. Elery is doing a lot of what she did last time when they were out and about within the city. Is just kind of like looking around and taking things in with this kind of like this childlike wonder and is it almost like she feels like not that she thinks she will never be there again, but just like in that kind of moment where you feel like you have to remember every detail of something because it's just like there's so much of it, it's so big, and it's like you don't want to miss anything. So
100%.
she'll be following behind the group as per usual, but also just looking around and taking in sights and sounds and smells and that kind of thing.
Fantastic.
All right. You guys arrive at Victory Values.
All right. Storm in with all of my dwarven, dwarven
Jesus
energy.
Jesus.
Storm and Dwarven. That shit. Trademark it.
That sounds like a Lord of the Rings
Dwarven,
character. What the fuck?
Dwarven.
Storm and Dwarven.
Oh my
The
gosh.
actual reference it's from is from. This is gonna sound ridiculous. This is a walk. This is a walk to get to this joke, but there's an old rom-com called Raising Helen, and the love
Oh,
interest is a preacher who plays hockey, and one of the teams is the Storm and Mormons, and
Yes.
Storm and Dwarven.
We need merch of this now.
Yes.
I demand a hockey jersey that says Storm and Dwarven.
I would wear the
demand.
shit out of that.
I demand.
This must happen.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh god. So we walk in and I have my list, I have a mission, and I'm looking for somebody who can help me.
Back here at the the counter, you see two elven men. One that has very familiar blonde hair.
She came in with all the energy in the world and just stops in her tracks. And just like stares, doesn't breathe for a second.
But it's short.
Hello?
Short as you. I'm sorry.
One of the few things that is shorter.
This man turns around and instantly locks eyes with you, Sienna.
Are they blue?
His eyes
Ooh.
are the same color blue.
Oh shit.
Ooh, but wow. Sorry.
Elery kind of stands like a little, not between them, but just kind of like half turns to Sienna while also kind of keeping this guy in visual range, and kind of leans over to Sienna. Do you know him?
Not personally, but perhaps biologically. Hello.
Hello?
Are you a thorn blossom?
Who's asking?
A thorn blossom. Technically a Nishiyama, but you know where I'm going with this. Maybe
You see him suddenly relax. Still guarded, but more relaxed.
Oh.
And
she runs up to him.
He,
The fuck?
he was getting ready to walk towards you, but then stops. And then gets down on your level.
She hugs him, just like if you know the gif with the two kids running at each other. It's for her. It's that energy.
Yeah.
She's just like sibling.
He freezes.
It is so nice to meet you.
And then he
Oh, I should tell you my
pushes
name. I am Sienna.
he pushes you away and looks you dead in the eyes.
Oh.
She looks back.
You're
That's
the one
scary.
Father told me about.
God damn.
I see what is getting around, huh?
Father has a way. And then he hugs you.
She squeezes him. Well, I am Sienna. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry for hugging you before even asking your name, but
It's fine.
you know, the air, and she just like points at her head and points to his. The air and the eyes, you know, they are quite rare.
Yes, a lot of people say I look like my father. I am
do.
Shintaro,
Hello,
your
Shintaro.
eldest brother.
How many kids does this guy have?
So many.
My
no idea.
God.
So many.
Ellery's gonna step over. Ellery's gonna step over to Serephina and lean over to Serephina a little bit. What is going on?
I think they got reunited. I think they're related.
Elery was looking at the two of them when she asked that question. You say, I think they're related. And her head slowly turns and looks directly at you.
Yes.
She doesn't get it.
Oh. uh, when a mother and father loved each other very much,
God's
they
sakes,
have.
I know about fucking. I'm just saying, they're related.
Yeah,
How are they related?
I
This is,
guess.
she is small and he is larger, and they're related.
Well, maybe the father went fucking someone else. I don't know.
Can I roll perception to see if I hear any of this?
Absolutely.
Does her father get around?
Amazing.
Does her mother know about this?
I don't know.
Oh god.
You know.
I hope she knows. I hope that they're actually related by blood.
14.
What was it?
14. I probably don't hear specifics, actually.
You hear them talking, but yeah, you don't hear specifics.
I think all I catch is, I know what fucking is.
Yeah.
This like offended. I know what the fucking is.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I just didn't know if you.
Really, I understand your relation is she is, and she holds her hands out so far apart, and he is, and she holds her hands out wider. Like, it is.
No. I get what you're coming at. I understand. I'm kind of questioning it myself. I don't know.
But you have known her longer than I have. You have not told her about this.
Genetics are weird. The father could be very tall, and the mother is short.
What is this word you use?
Genetics. Things to genetics.
Words.
You got this, my friend.
Is he?
I think he's the tall one, and the mother is the short one, like midget size, as a friend is.
That's. Elery kind of puts a hand on her head. She's had a lot of information she's had to process today, and all of it's really starting to kind of overwhelming a little bit because there's so much that she doesn't know and so much she doesn't understand. So she puts her head in her hand and then just.
And my friend, just relax.
Does he appear, he's good?
Yes.
She can't go running off like that to complete. I don't know if there's some danger up ahead or someone trying to stem this.
And Shintaro, these are my friends, Serephina and Elery. She gestures behind herself.
Yeah. Hello.
Ring cement. Let's go.
She just sees them whispering at each other and narrows her eyes.
We're coming.
Lagging behind. To herself.
For player knowledge, Shenya, High Elder Shenya, is like over 4,000 years old.
Yeah, he old.
He's an elf.
Oh yeah, true.
Gets around.
You said these are your friends.
Yes, they are part of my adventuring party. If father told you about me, maybe he told you about the mission from Elder Yu.
He said that you were on a mission for the champions, but beyond that, no specifics.
That is fair. What we needed a front line now, so Elery joined us in Avona, and she gestured to Elery, and then Serephina, we encountered Akira, and I encountered Serephina along with Ignacio, who's not here, who is the champion of ravines, as it turns out. and we also have Kavoria, who is helping us as well. So making sure that we are well covered in the battlefield, because we do not know what we will encounter during this.
When you said the name Kavoria, you see his head tilt. Kavoria's here.
Yes, yes, she is. Apparently, her and Ignacio go way back, like at least 5 years. So back to he was in I think university at the time.
God.
Right, of course. Sorry, I am
Oh, I laughed at
Shintaro.
you very
I am Shintaro. I am Hayata Shinya's eldest. Well,
It is a pleasure meeting you.
technically second eldest, but pleasure.
The pleasure is all ours, of course.
We heard that this was the best place to start for shopping needs. There's
Yes.
quite a lot of odds and ends, and she'll pass him a piece of parchment that lists out what they're looking, or at least what she's looking for, and then she would gesture to Serephina and Elery to say, I'm not sure if you all have a list as well, but
Oh, of course. Victor, do you have, and he'll walk back up to the counter and start talking with the one behind the counter.
Sienna just turns to Serephina. I can't believe another brother. These people are popping up everywhere. It's amazing. Well, half brother, I suppose, is more correct.
So your father does get around.
You could say that.
Yes,
Akira and I are only half siblings as well. Different mothers. Same
Elery,
father.
Elery, her father does get around.
I suppose that makes more sense. Yes.
Yes.
And like finally, relief. Something has clicked. Everything that she's learned today, finally, she can put something together.
It's like something. Yes, apparently he's the eldest, which means he must be quite old. Obviously, don't know hours. That's fine, but father and Aspen was in she would talk to Elery. Aspen is my father's wife and has been for some time. They've been having children for quite some time. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed, but in a good way.
Yes.
all
Yes. Elery like nods enthusiastic. Overwhelmed. Yes.
It's a lot. Today has been a lot.
And she'll just kind of look around and just sort of wander through the shop a little bit, just kind of see all that's here and little pieces over here, little pieces over here, and then kind of wander off into this area and just kind of like take everything in.
I can actually drop my list into Roll20
Yeah.
for the sake of visibility. But yeah. I'm sorry.
Shintaro comes back. And, well, I have good news for you.
All right.
He does have the stands here, but the only bad news here is he's one short.
Oh.
But he knows the blacksmith and armor smith down the road should have one, and he can make sure it gets delivered.
Oh, amazing. Actually, I should go speak with them. I could use a smithy, a smith access to.
Of course.
Perfect. Great.
the magnets will come in a couple of days. He has a shipment coming in. So they'll be here in a couple of days. But definitely available. The gems, however, I might be able to help with those.
That would be amazing. They are for this design, and she would pull out her sort of sketch of the armor racks.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of a protective gift for the Yagi mansion. Apparently, people visiting tend to knock over those suits of armor, and those suits of armor are very pretty. Hopefully, we can give them a better place to live.
Yes.
The gems will help to conduct the spell energy through them.
Of course. The smithery, of course, will be able to get you the steel that you need. Does the list also include the? Yeah, I was about to ask the owl feather.
Mm-hmm.
He unfortunately does not have a pearl. That's worth 100 gold. He has a couple, but they're like 25 gold each.
You know how picky the components can be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, although I'm sure they're beautiful, but good to know.
And I honestly don't know if there's anyone in town that would have a pearl.
That's fair. That's all right. Well, we can keep our eyes open. Perhaps we find it. Perhaps we find a traveling merchant. There's always options.
Yes.
I appreciate your help. Honestly, this is our first day, a full day in Darlene.
Have you been here before?
I have not. It's beautiful so far. It's a gorgeous town. So much to explore.
Yes, Darlin is a wonderful town.
Would you like to get a meal sometime?
Yeah, I could have you over at my house. Actually, bring all your friends. I would love to get to know them as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I will let them know. When would you like to do this? I'm sorry, we went from the list to the family dinner, but my brain is how it works.
Unfortunately, I am about to take a quick trip over to Endeavor for a few days. But I will be returning in probably about 3 days.
Fantastic. I believe we'll be here.
All right. Where are you staying? I will send word there.
We are staying. Oh man, I'm going to remember this at some point. The Savorin 2?
Ah, yes. That one.
Perfect.
Wonderful
She's
girl.
very proud of herself for remembering.
Savoyan is a wonderful girl.
They've been nothing but lovely so far. So, good experience for sure.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How much do we owe? And Serephina, I'm sorry. You said you were looking for spell components as well, correct?
Yes. I'm looking for 2 lodestones, a bit of lace, and a pinch of soot and salt.
Lodestones, you would get it from the smithy. And the fleece Victor has, Sweet and salt you can find anywhere.
Noted. So she will go over to. You said Fleece Victor had?
Yes.
Okay. So she will go over to Victor.
Hello.
Hello, I am looking for a bit of fleece, please.
Of course. One moment. And you see him get up and immediately grab the chair,
Please don't throw it.
grab his cane, and then slowly walk to the back.
Arcane?
And then he'll come back and sit someplace down.
I do love the reference.
3 silver.
Of course. She takes 3 silver out of her little pocket and places it on the counter.
Thank you.
Of course, and thank you for your help.
Shintaro tells you, Sienna, that the stands, the 3 stands will cost 2 gold together.
Total? Okay, cool.
You said the 2 lodestones would be from the smithy?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've got
I'm
to go to
guessing-
the sneaky
Um,
reinforcement steel too.
Okay.
Yeah. So 3 armor stands is 2 gold total. You'll have to wait on the magnets to arrive. He doesn't have the pearl. Torino said they would help with the enchanting, but you had to get the rings.
Right.
And
Which I
Shintaro
can
would
make
also,
theoretically.
Shintaro also says that they don't have any rings here. But the smithy might be the place to go.
Yeah, that's perfect. And honestly, if I can just rent the smithery tools, then I can use them to make the rings.
And Shintaro said he might be able to help with these gems.
Perfect. And she would pull out 2 gold pieces and pay for the stands. Do the stands fit in my bag of holding?
Aww!
Or am I carrying 2 TJ Maxx racks?
My God.
If you recall, Shintaro did say that Victor would have the stands delivered.
Oh, right. Okay, I missed that. Sorry. That's very convenient.
I'm right
Victor
here.
calls out. Victor calls out. It's going to Yagi Manor, right?
That is correct. Yes. Thank you very much. Attention
course.
to Granny Chiyo.
Of course.
Thank you. All right. That takes care of some of the list. It sounds like the smithery is our next our next stop. But Shintaro, she would pull out her elven transponded stone and hold it for him, and just say, "Do you have one of these?
I do.
Will you just let me know when you're back in town?"
Of course.
Thank you. And she'll pocket it away. It was so lovely to meet you.
I'm just trying to clarify for myself. You said Kavoria is here.
I did, yes, I did. They are over at the Raven's Watch at the moment. But they're staying in the same inn that I am. By they, I mean Kavoria and Ignacio. They've been joined at the hip since they met. So, where you will find one, you will find the other.
Does he have any kind of is there any kind of different sort of look, there's something, since this is the second time he's asked about Kavoria, Do I notice any kind of
Emotion.
something?
He's smiling, and it's a soft
Uh-oh.
smile. It's a soft smile.
Oh, okay.
That smile mean.
Just wait. He
Oh,
says,
Can I roll an insight on his ass?
"Go for it."
My player ass is writing down X question mark.
Warm up this die.
Fuck buddy? Question mark.
Warm up this puppy. Insight is it's wisdom, so it's +1. Alright.
I mean, they're a whole town away, like 3 or 4 days away.
That's a 16.
You actually read this just slightly before he says it. It is good to see that Tethoro's line still continues.
Oh. Oh shit. Better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out.
She would just smile and she would sort of look puzzled because she hasn't put it together yet, but starts to a little bit.
Anyways,
Yeah, sorry.
Damn.
Elery is looking over at Sienna and Serephina, trying to read their expressions while also looking back at him.
You're seeing a little bit on Sienna's face of a like looking down at the floor, sort of 1,000-yard stare. You've seen it before when she was sort of turning the globe, looking at the locations. That's her thinking face, but it's not unhappy.
Damn.
I had to.
Smash cut 2.
What
is it? That was weird. Smash cut 2.
Shintaro says, that is a conversation for later. I don't need to be going.
Sounds good. And Victor, thank you for your help as well. Thank you so much.
Of course.
We will be in touch about the magnets. I will check in a couple of days.
Of course.
Alright. How are we on time, DM?
If I can smash cut to Ignacio and Kavoria.
Every time I hear smash cut, I just think, smash? What's happening?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Spirit doesn't sound exhausted at all by this.
Oh my god.
He sounds excited to me.
Oh god.
Oh, goodness gracious. Give me 2 seconds. Smash cut to the Raven's respite.
Thank you.
Kavoria sneezes.
I sense something wrong. Something happened, and I don't like it.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I just have this feeling that someone somewhere mentioned something. And right now, I don't like it.
This is
But-
in the wars.
But in any case, let's talk to Lumira.
Yes. It's been
Actually, mind telling me what we're doing with Lumira. Oh, right, she wanted to see us. All right.
Yes, she had a Hideko said that she needed to see the champion of Ravens, because of a dream she had.
Okay. All right. I'll walk forward.
Kavaria will be right behind you. And you see standing up on the platform. The Raven's Respite is actually relatively empty. But you see a elven woman. Sorry. Let me double check something. I believe she is elven. I'm in the total wrong city. There we go. Yes, elven woman standing on the platform. She's leaning against the podiums type thing. She's kind of just standing there. And she looks up and immediately stands to full attention. Champion.
Oh, I suppose I am known as that from now on. Okay.
Sorry. Please,
You are quite fine.
come forward. My senses were right. I did sense the champion here. Welcome.
Ignacio would get up and would ask, "Is there something you needed from me?" Actually, I think I know what you called me here. They told me that you had a dream, or rather a nightmare. By all means, tell it to me.
There was a woman. Human. Long brown hair. And she was standing in a lake. And the lake was surrounded by a meadow. As she started turning around, everything was engulfed in flames. Dragons came flying. Ice, flame, poison. It destroyed everything.
You said a human woman with long hair. They happen to be black?
No, brown. Although, you see her start trying to remember. Maybe it was black.
In a lake, center of the lake,
Yeah.
behind a meadow.
It was like she was standing on the lake.
And when she turned around to you, everything was on fire. And then dragons came from the sky and destroyed everything.
Yes.
Do you happen to know who this woman was? Was she familiar to you?
No.
By any chance, did this woman ever appear within your church?
No. I didn't even see her face. So even if she appeared in my church, I never would have known.
Let's see. That is a bit troubling. And this may be crude to ask, but was she nude when in the dream? And when she turned around, did she become dressed? Because that could mean a sign of vulnerability, and then suddenly
She's thinking. I couldn't quite tell.
Fair enough. Then dragons came in and destroyed everything.
They breathed
Was
ice, fire, and poison.
ice, fire, poison. Ice, fire, poison. Right. Can I roll a history check on the dream that I had in the beginning of the adventure?
Yes.
Alright, let's see. Oh, come on. Fuck.
No.
What I want to remember is that any of those casters use anything's ice, fire, or poison. No, I don't think they did. Now I'm remembering as a player.
No.
Yeah.
Actually, no, one of them did use poison. Or acid, actually. So never mind.
Oh shit.
Beginning of Alright.
There's more to the dream.
What? Wow, okay.
When I would spin around, I would see Durlin in flames. But the people, they were frozen in ice. And I would see my wife. Frozen in terror. Like I couldn't help her.
Ignacio would go up to Lumira and just gently put his hand behind Lumira's head and just hold her. It's okay. Your wife is alive, I presume.
Yes, she's at home.
If this dream worries you so, if this dream causes you to think of the death of your wife, then I would give you the advice is to hold her as much as you can. I will try not to be grim when I say this, but your dream does worry me a bit. As if you saw something. Again, human woman with long black or brown hair, you couldn't see, which is fine. In a lake behind a meadow, and then when she turned around, 3 dragons of ice, fire, and poison came from the sky and destroyed everything. And when you turned around, you saw your wife.
Yes.
Frozen in terror.
Yes.
I do pray that if such a fate befalls them, may their death be swift and painless. No one deserves to suffer in death.
Thank you.
I would not dare wish that upon my worst enemy. He then turns to Covorio and says, yes, even her. Besides, pain and torture are for the living, not for the dead.
That is right.
Either way, I do believe did this dream come from stress, or perhaps you saw someone curse you with this dream?
No.
So no stress. So no stress.
I've been having it for years.
Years. Repeat the same dream over and over again for years.
Well, it's not every night, but it's reoccurring for sure. Probably for about 30 years.
30 years, 3 decades.
Yeah.
That is troubling. All right. I think I can work with that.
Of course.
Perhaps this dream could be no, it couldn't be that. It couldn't be a vision from one of the gods. The gods wouldn't be unless Do you remember the position of the moon? By any chance? Full, new, waning, waxing?
I think it was waning. I think it was almost at its full wane to renew.
The next one will be next month. Because, right? Actually, no. No.
What?
Hopefully I'm wrong, but if it was during a waning moon, and the current moon is going to be a new moon, then it'll probably happen during this weekend.
I hope not.
I hope not too. Kovaria, I think it's about time we make a few detours. We're gonna have to go back to. We're gonna have to go back to. No, wait. It was in Duralin, which we are in right now.
Yes.
Never mind. I thought it was in Killeen.
No.
If it's here. Hopefully it's not this weekend.
I pray
How?
that it's not.
How about this? Take a last minute plan for for like a little trip around Xochicalcan. Find my family. Just tell them that Ignacio Aguilar sent you, and you are there. And you are there to take in the sights of Xochicalcan around the valley.
Of course.
But again, just only for the weekend. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yes. I shall go home
Yeah.
and plan that now.
Here, let me write you a letter just in case they doubt you.
Of course.
He'll begin to write the letter.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll rip it up, and he'll rip out a page from his book and said, be sure to keep this safe. It has my signature and also where you will be staying. Hopefully it's my old room. Hopefully they will give you my old room, and hopefully they did not use it as another office. But if they did, then they better make use of it as a guest room. But anywhere is better than here during that weekend.
Of course. Thank you, champion.
You're very welcome. Now, Kovoria,
Yes,
let's head off.
of course.
May Ravens be with you.
May Ravens be with you both. May Ravens be with you. And as you leave, Kavoria takes your hand. Let's pray that nothing happens this weekend.
Yes.
But if it does, I'm ready.
I love you, Kovoria.
I love you too. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
Yay!
Yay.
Yes.
Yes!
My God.
So Armageddon, how's it going, guys?
Armageddon may happen.
It might happen this
No,
weekend.
it's
Just make sure you clear your
fine.
calendars. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Thank you for game, Shailene.
Ready for
Thank you for the game.
Yeah, thank you, Shane.
Eve.
Thank you guys for coming out.
We will be back on Saturday.
Yeah,
with a
we
slightly different
will.
group.
Creaty's coming this Saturday.
Oh, shit.
Yeah!
Creaty time.
Disaster
Yeah.
Lesbians back
The
on
disaster lesbians.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Saturday.
Made the rock on, son.
Uh,
I love it.
Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah.